These are items from the Tudor's Biscuit World menu.
Okay.
Are you ready, my friend?
I am ready.
Tudor's offers an apple biscuit. This is fried apples on a biscuit. Gator, are you going to eat that?
Yes. Absolutely. Get your fruit. Fried fruit.
Keg, the apple biscuit.
Oh, hell yeah. I'm all in, man.
Doug, are you having an apple biscuit?
Actually, I think I might try that.
Yeah, you're damn right.
All right.
Sounds pretty good. Tudor's also offers a biscuit called the Politician. This is a biscuit loaded with bologna, eggs, and cheese. That is the Politician. Bologna, eggs, and cheese. Gator, would you eat the Politician?
Yeah, I would. I would absolutely eat the Politician. I know you're not down with the bologna, but I mean, that sounds pretty good, right, Kang?
Yeah, this is kind of like Canadian ham in a way sandwich, right? Breakfast sandwich, yes.
Yep.
I'm in.
Next up, Tudor's Biscuit World offers something called the Dottie. This is a potato cake with egg and cheese on a biscuit. Gator, would you eat the Dottie?
All right, say that again. What's on that?
A potato cake, egg, and cheese on a biscuit. It's like a hash brown.
Yeah. I mean, I'm going to eat just about everything on a biscuit. I mean, you're not going to. It's breakfast food, and I love breakfast food.
I'm working my way down the menu here.
Okay.
See if you will eat everything.
I'm just looking at, oh my God. I'm looking at their, I may have spoken too early about not wanting to go to West Virginia.
You're actually thinking of transferring?
Dude, I just saw a blueberry biscuit. It looks ridiculous.
Oh, dude, that's so good. It looks so good.
Okay, I'm getting to it. Kang, are you in on the Dottie?
Yeah, I'm in on the Dottie.
All right.
Right on the spot.
Actually, I would try the
All right.
try the Dottie because there's no meat on it. Next up, the Peppy. This is pepperoni, 7 melted cheeses on a biscuit. Too much cheese? 7 melted cheese?
I'm sorry. Did you say too much cheese?
Yeah, sorry.
I did not hear that.
All right. You try that?
Yes.
Kang, would you try that? Pepperoni, 7 melted cheeses on a biscuit?
Yes.
All right, we get to the blueberry. Gator mentioned it. It is like a blackberry. It's blackberry, isn't it? Blackberry jam.
Blackberry, yeah.
With a frosting and some granola sprinkled on top. Gator, are you going to eat that?
Yes. You know me, I'm all about granola.
Yep. Kang, you?
I'm not sure I'm going to say no to anything here, Doug, but yes on this latest one.
Okay. Gator, the Country Mariner. The Country Mariner. This is caviar spread and bacon with a rhubarb syrup. Are you going to eat that?
I don't know about this one.
I think I spoke too soon, too.
Yeah. I'm not. I've only had caviar like once or twice in my life, and it didn't really do a whole lot for me. It wasn't like, oh my God, what this? I've been missing this in my life.
But I think there's a bunch of different kinds of caviar.
Yeah, there are.
But I don't know if I want one on a biscuit.
Yeah, I don't want one from West Virginia.
Well, they got fresh fish out there.
Yeah, do they? Caviar, though, is from like a specific fish in like the Baltic Sea or something. I mean, I don't know.
Wait, that's not caviar.
Yeah, that's just salmon roe. And no, I'm not going to do that.
Kang?
Yeah, I spoke too soon. I'm out on this one.
Yeah, I made that one up.
Oh, I knew it. I was like, why'd they go and do this?
Why would you do that? Why? What's the matter with you?
I wanted to test the boundaries of how far you'd go with a biscuit. Because I'm working my way through this morning. I'm like, they're going to say yes to all these. Can I come up with a terrible one? And I came up with a Country Mariner. Caviar, bacon, and a rhubarb jam.
Man, these all, I mean, and I went to the website and just looking at it, it looks so good.
All right, so you think a bunch of Buckeyes might transfer to Marshall for the Tudor all-you-can-eat deals?
Let me first say this. I thought his comments were funny. I wish he had left out specifically Ohio State and just made a recruiting pitch to all the Tudor's biscuits.
Yep.
Because I think when you mention a school's name with it,
yeah.
Even though it's a joke, just don't. You don't have to go there.
Yeah, it feels like if there's something, if there actually is tampering, this sounds like it would be directly it. With that said, Gator, at the bottom of the page at Tudor's Biscuit World, there is a franchise tab that you can click on if you want to open up your own franchise here. When I did the search by zip code, I believe there were 8 of them in a 10-mile radius of Huntington, West Virginia. They have 8 different Tudor's Biscuit World.
They got the world covered.
Yeah.
I do notice that they have a shaved ham melt.
Yep.
Shaved ham and melted cheese on a biscuit.
Yep.
Yeah.
Dude, all of these. The Thundering Herd, sausage, potato, egg, and cheese. Yeah, the Tootie country ham, egg, and cheese. Dude, they're all there. They're all there. I think the politician's very cleverly named with the bologna.
Egg and cheese. Yeah.
All right, a Tudor's Biscuit World edition of Are You Going to Eat That?
So, do we have Tudors coming? Did you?
No,
DoorDash
the closest one is like Southern Ohio. So, not coming our direction.
So, we're not getting it.
Not that I'm aware of.
All right.
Somebody at Tudor's. Get around to it. It's Karch and Anderson, Open Lines, 97.1, The Ticket. Hey, as the weather begins to cool, there's still time to take advantage of a great offer from CGC Water. Save $1,000 or more when you bundle a Connecticut Premier Softener with a Connecticut K5 drinking water system. Just call 855-339-4242 or visit cgcwater.com. If you're not filtering your water, you are the filter. Don't be the filter. You can save 10% off any residential job of over $500 when you let CGC Water Treatment and Plumbing take care of all your plumbing needs. CGC Water, your authorized independent Connecticut dealer, 855-339-4242. Dan Dickerson and Bobby Scales on the call last night. Did you see the catch Bobby Scales made, by the way?
Oh, yeah. Yeah,
it was the number one play on SportsCenter's top 10.
It was fantastic. Just one-handed, wham.
So Bobby Scales, back in another radio life, I was doing play-by-play for University of Michigan baseball, and Bobby Scales played for that team. And he's a hell of a player. He's a true walk-on, like walked onto campus. Coaches didn't recruit him in any way. Who's this kid that showed up at a tryout and turned out to be one of their best players? But I have had the opportunity to shake Bobby Scales' hand. It was one of the most massive hands I have ever seen.
Big paw.
Huge paw on Bobby Scales. And so when he caught that ball with one hand, and I saw the hand, he held the ball up and watched his hand like envelop the baseball. I'm like, yep, that's Bobby Scales. But Tigers get that win last night, and it was awesome. And I don't know what else can be said other than this ride has been spectacular. This team has basically said, we're selling at the trade deadline, we're calling up the kids, and then we're going to play our most competitive baseball, which is hard to even fathom that they have gone from the beginning of August, they were 7 games under, and now they are 6 games over 500. And it's interesting because I'm wired the way I'm wired and the way other people are wired. Some people are looking at this as a blown opportunity had they only added some veterans in the last offseason, that they could be in a better spot right now. I am fascinated with the idea that they have gone into this with a game plan of not blocking young players, giving guys an opportunity to develop in the organization, and then basically say, we're going to roll with these guys. And I know here's what people will say. People will say, yeah, but if they only had this guy or that guy. And it's very easy to pick out now who you'd rather have. Like blocking Jace Young might not really hurt the team in the here and the now if they had a veteran there. But you didn't know at the time that Jace Young would get that call up. And I mean, it's not like he's doing bad. I don't know if I want to single him out. But what if you were blocking Parker Meadows? What if you signed an outfielder and Riley Green was in center field and Parker Meadows was the guy that got blocked? You see what I'm saying? It's easy to look at it in retrospect and say, if they had this guy at a position or that guy at a position, but you don't know at the time which one of your young players is going to pan out and which ones aren't.
I would tend to agree with you, except the problem is that people wanted Matt Chapman. Matt Chapman was the name we talked about in the offseason. He was the name we talked about in spring training because, hey, the Tigers didn't address the third base position really, and, you know, they're going to rue the day they didn't sign Matt Chapman. And Chapman signed the deal that gives him an out after the first year. That's why they're trying to work on renegotiate his deal so that he doesn't opt out, or if he opts out, that's fine, but we're going to restructure a contract to be guaranteed. And he got off to a bad start. And like the first month and a half of the season, 2 months of the season, he wasn't doing anything. And we looked at it in the show and said, okay, we can kind of blow this off. It wouldn't have helped us anyway because he wasn't doing anything. Well, since then, he's picked it up, and he's picked it up dramatically. And he's always been really good defensively and had some pop in the bat. Now he's got 24 home runs on the season. And would he have helped? Sure, he would have helped. And that's the name that people brought up. But if the philosophy was not going to block guys, you know, you could look at it a couple different ways. Even if they had signed Chapman and you gave him the same contract that the Giants gave him, he could opt out after the year, and then you really still aren't even blocking Jace Young.
No, and I mean, I guess the other part is that, you know, they made it clear they weren't going after guys like that, but you would have had to convince them to sign with this team.
Right, exactly, which is, I mean, I know fans want that. Fans want to have that. But did fans really think at the beginning of the season that this team was going to be competing for a playoff spot?
And would Chapman have believed it?
You're right. So don't even know if he would have entertained an offer from the Tigers.
However, I mean, there's when you play if this had happened, it would have been better card. There's no way of proving you wrong.
Right. The Parker Meadows one is the most interesting case. 0.96 and they sent him down.
Mm-hmm.
Since he's been brought up, he's hitting .310. And his OPS is, I think it's well over 800 since they brought him back. And he plays this flawless center field. He's saving runs everywhere. And I can't help but think that, I mean, if this team didn't have Parker Meadows, where would they be? You know, the fact that this is a guy who plays the position so well that it's moved Riley Green to left field.
I know.
Like, Riley Green was unbelievable as a center fielder. This guy's better.
Yep.
You know, knock on wood, please God, stay healthy. You know, the Tigers they've actually done this reasonably well over the last 10 years or so. They've gotten guys and developed guys that are really good defensively. You know, so they've had some injury issues. Riley Green hasn't been able to stay healthy. Derek Hill before him. How good was Derek Hill in center field?
He was really good.
He was really good.
Couldn't stay.
No, but couldn't stay healthy. And here's Parker Meadows, and he's outstanding. Please, God, stay healthy. I love the way that his team is being constructed. But we're also not seeing, you know, last night we saw that Colt Keith got hurt.
Yep.
Diving, trying to make a stop, doesn't make the stop, stays in the game. A couple innings later, his shoulder stiffens up on him and says, I can't make the throw to first. You're going to have to take me out. And I'm glad that he does that and says that, because not every player would. That's being unselfish, saying, I can't make this throw anymore. It's I got to come out of the game. You know, and you hear all too often, I tried to tough it out and then I cost the team. Nope, not in this case. Hopefully Colt Keith's not going to be gone for long. I haven't seen an update on him, and I imagine we're not going to hear one until game time, when he's probably not going to play, and they'll let us know, hey, we had some tests done, MRI done. But, you know, that's one to keep an eye on. That could really be a speed bump in what the Tigers are trying to finish up here in the last 10 games if Colt Keith can't play.
Well, here we got a Detroit team in the throes of a playoff chase. It still may not happen. It feels like the sports gods owe us one, because we've seen late playoff pushes from the Lions in 2022 and last season's Detroit Red Wings. Both of those scenarios came down to the last possible moment when they got eliminated. The Lions got eliminated when one of the 4 o'clock starts in the final week of the NFL season. That game went to overtime. Twice in that game, the Rams had the football with a chance to beat Seattle and open up the door for the Lions to make the playoffs. And the Rams twice had go-win-it drives and didn't come through. In fact, the second one ended with a disastrous interception deep in their own territory. Seattle got a game-winning field goal. That game-winning field goal eliminated the Lions from playoff contention. They went and beat Green Bay anyway. Then last season, the final day of the Red Wings season was marked with absolute heartbreak when the Red Wings scored with 3 seconds left, David Perron goal. When they needed a win in the regular season finale, they scored to send a game to overtime. They ended up winning in a shootout, and that gave them a chance to make the playoffs and eliminated Philly. Philly got eliminated. They needed to win and needed Detroit to lose in regulation. Philly pulled their goalie in a 1-1 game after they'd already been eliminated, allowing Washington to score and win a game in regulation, which eliminated Detroit. Which was crazy.
Brotherly love my ass.
Yeah, you said brotherly love. Is that what you said? Okay. Yeah. Anyway, let's just say that was heartbreaking. I really hope we're not headed for a late heartbreak this year. Sports gods owe us one.
Well, I mean, I didn't know you were going to quote the great band Winger with "Headed for a Heartbreak," but thank you for doing that.
Well, that's exactly what I was thinking of. Was Winger.
You and Kip Winger.
You know me.
Yeah. I think the way the Tigers are playing down the stretch here, it's nowhere near what the Red Wings were. The Red Wings are so erratic down the stretch last year, and they blew every opportunity, it felt like, to really make that move. Beat Washington when you had to, couldn't do it. You know, beat the other teams you had to when you needed to, and they didn't do it. And then they win games you wouldn't expect them to, and had to rely on others. The Lions is probably more apt because the Lions have played so well down the stretch in 2022, going 8-2 in those final 10 games. It's kind of what the Tigers are doing here. If the Tigers just keep doing that, if the Tigers can go 8-2 down the stretch here for the last 10 games, I can't ask for any more. You know, and if it's not good enough because Minnesota was able to right their ship or Kansas City stopped falling, then so be it. It is what it is, and it was a fun ride. But I think 8-2 is going to be good enough.
So we're getting
not easy to do though.
We're getting a ton of feedback regarding Tudor's Worldwide Biscuits.
Okay.
Yep. My son goes to Marshall, and I'm taking him to the Ohio State game for his birthday. Tudor's Biscuit World is incredible and very reasonably priced. Got to try it if you're ever driving through. That's from John and Troy.
I will guarantee you this. If I'm ever on the road, out of state, and I come across a Tudor's Biscuit World,
Yep.
I will, in fact, stop at Tudor's Biscuit World.
Mark in Lathrop Village. I've had them many times. Did some work there. Gator, you would absolutely love them. They are large and well done.
Sounds like I would.
Andrew in a truck.
Large and fluffy, Gator.
That's just like me.
Andrew in a truck writes, so there's a road trip to Tudor's Biscuits and Marshall University in your future, right? This would make great Carson Anderson radio content.
I don't want to go to West Virginia. I've been through there before. Got a lot of looks when we stopped in West Virginia at a diner one day.
Did you?
A lot of looks.
What were you doing? You look suspicious?
I didn't think so. We were driving from Michigan to a wedding in Norfolk, Virginia. And
I've done that drive too.
there were four of us, and we'd spent the night somewhere in like Clarion, Pennsylvania or something like that. And then that early in the morning, we took off, and we got breakfast in West Virginia. We opened the door to that diner, and every head turned and looked at us. We're like, oh, okay. Hello. Hi, everybody.
That's funny.
Not from here.
City folk.
Yeah.
He didn't even have a Trump flag on his car. Nick in Grand Blanc says, I spent 4 years living in Kentucky. Tudor's is fire.
Tudor sounds really good.
It does sounds phenomenal.
I mean, it's Biscuit World. It's a restaurant that's built around the bit. Like, here's our biscuit, and here's what we put on it. What do you want on it?
it's
yes.
and you got to think the biscuits got to be amazing because that's what everything's built around there in
Yes.
that restaurant. And then we just add all this other
You
stuff.
can't have bad biscuit
No.
and call yourself Biscuit World.
What's clearly happening is these biscuits are about to wreck Ohio State football. As all these players are going to transfer based upon the invite.
Well, but then again, if those
Coach
players
Huff.
transfer, guess what's going to suffer? Their performance. They're not going to be able to run as fast. Be weighed down by the biscuits.
They don't care. Are you really worried about your speed?
Yes.
Okay. Carson Anderson will get to your open line calls next. 97.1 The Ticket. Back to some Lions stuff a little bit later on. 248-539-9797. Open lines. So, kind of big news in the world of sports. We'll get back to your calls in a sec. Actually, let's go right to the calls. Let's go to Paul. You're on 97 on a ticket. Hi, Paul.
Hey, guys. How you doing?
We're
Hi,
good, Paul.
Paul.
How are you?
Excellent. Hey, just thought it would be good full circle here if we could catch Minnie by the end of the year, because I do remember that one season, maybe 11 years ago, where we had the big lead going into September and they caught us. Was that game 163?
The game 163 is a haunting game. Just because
I still remember that one. Yeah.
Yeah. Oh, I think anybody that was in that moment remembers it.
Hard to forget that one.
Sucked.
Yeah, no
Great game, though. It really was. But
Not how I
the
remember
other thing,
it.
I was wondering what you guys thought about Javi goes on the IR and all of a sudden the Tigers start playing. How much do you read into that, if at all?
Well, it's come up a lot. People love to point out that the resurgence has coincided with him not being part of this team. And, they started playing better, and he was still playing when they started playing better. I had never heard that he was a cancer of any kind. And so, maybe we're not as dialed in as others, but I haven't heard others talk about it either. It's unfortunate that this Javi thing has gotten to where it is, because we're getting very little out of him in terms of production, and I can't imagine that he's loving all of this. Do they buy him out moving forward? I don't know the big money that gets spent this offseason, unfortunately, might be spent on buying out his contract.
That's a shame.
Reaching some sort of settlement. I mean, if I'm going to tell you that the Tigers are going to take $75 million into the offseason to spend on free agency, do you want it spent on free agents, or do you want it spent on buying out Javi Baez? Because they might say, we're not going to spend the money to buy out Javi Baez, but he's playing next year.
And the thing is, they're not going to know, because he's coming off this hip surgery, and we just won't know. I don't think they're going to buy him out in the offseason, because then they're going to give him an opportunity to heal up and maybe show that he can still play after having this hip surgery. And maybe it plays out that way. Maybe it just plays out. Nope, he's done.
Do these guys buy insurance on these players, right? So if, let's say his career's over, the hip's too bad, blah, 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 they get their money, right, or no?
The players do. Yeah, if the player gets hurt, they still have the contract that they get paid for.
Does the organization
get
back
the
the
Tigers?
money?
I think there is insurance against injuries that the policy would get paid out.
I really don't know. Wish I did. Sorry. See what we can find out, because I don't need to see him play as a Tiger anymore. But I also, if you're the organization, and I know people scoff at the notion, but when you owe someone $75 million, you are trying to bleed anything you can out of it, so you're just not eating $75 million.
Yeah, I'm curious how this is going to play out. Like, when is he going to be healthy enough where he considers himself to be 100%? Does that happen at spring training? Before spring training? Does that happen in the season?
Don't need to rush him.
Yeah, obviously you're not rushing him. I mean, you're the Tigers. You're telling him, just take your time. You'll come back when you come back, and if you can play, great. And if you can't, well, then we'll talk about a buyout. But we're giving you all the time you need at this point. It's a roster spot, but it's a 40-man roster spot, right? Because if he's still hurt, you're not going to block anybody. He just goes on the IR, and you bring somebody else up.
Let's go to Vern. You're on 97 on a ticket. What's up, Vern?
Hey, happy Wednesday. How are you all?
We're good. Thank you.
Hey, so I was gonna call last week about Greg Joseph, but obviously he's on a different team now, so it doesn't matter. I'm gonna give you 3 really quick points framed in the perspective of if I were a Lions fan. So number 1, if I were a Lions fan, I would not be concerned about the Tampa Bay game, because you guys have a really good team and there's no real sweat. Number 2, if I were a Lions fan, I would watching that Monday night game, seeing the 2 former Lions. On the Eagles secondary. I'm not, I would obviously have watched that very closely. And then number 3, if I were a Lions fan, I'd be thankful watching that final drive of that game. I'd be very thankful that the man under center for that final drive is no longer in the NFC North, the one who I've called out so many times. And I'll leave you guys with the question. You like that? Thank you, guys.
Should we stop taking this dude's calls?
Yep.
I'm sick of hearing about this Kirk Cousins. Like, all he does is call and talk about Kirk Cousins. Do Detroit fans want to hear this dude talk about Kirk Cousins?
I'm also not sure what the hell his first name is.
It's Vern, right?
Well,
No?
it comes off as Varun. Is it Varen? Is it Varn?
Because I got to tell you, what I'm not worried about, I don't wake up every morning and go, thank God Kirk Cousins isn't in Minnesota anymore.
I don't either. I think Kirk Cousins, he's fine.
He's fine.
He's fine. And with those weapons and that offense, he could. That offense wasn't going to be the issue with Minnesota.
Look, if Detroiters want to hear,
Sam
maybe
Darnold is
should we
getting
take
it done.
10 texts?
Ugh.
Should we take 10 texts
On
on whether
what?
or not we should take this guy's calls anymore?
On what?
Because if they find it interesting to watch how creative that this,
You want the people to decide whether
No,
or not
I
we
do.
take another.
Is he entertaining to hear how he's going to wrap Kirk Cousins into any topic? We could be talking about Quinnipiac hockey, and he'd find a way to bring up Kirk Cousins in that conversation. I mean, that's seriously, what does Kirk Cousins have to do with Tudor's biscuits? He'd find a way.
Yeah, I mean,
And
it's
is
like
that
6 degrees
entertaining?
of Kevin Bacon or whatever the game was people used to do when the 6 degrees of separation. Yeah, he's fine. He's doing it with Kirk Cousins.
So this schmo keeps calling up with Kirk Cousins calls.
Well, now you're getting angry.
Well,
Yeah, just that alone, I think we don't take his call then.
I mean,
I
we
don't
can
wanna
make
see you
that
worked
call
up
right
like
now.
this,
Well,
man.
But here's the thing:
I don't like
the people come up with good snark. So I say we do take the 10 texts.
and then we take the 10 texts on whether or not or every time he calls, we take 10 texts afterwards to make fun of him.
Ooh, that's intriguing. We'll see how the 10 text goes.
Or whether or not we should take his calls anymore.
Yeah. Why not?
Well, I can tell you who wouldn't want us to take his calls.
Well, when you start enumerating your issues, here's a tip for you. Don't tell us you got 3 things. First off, 1.
Yeah.
Don't do it that way.
Yep.
Just get to your points.
3 things.
don't
Just
enumerate
yeah,
anything.
Any kind of preamble. If you want to sneak 3 things in, if you announce it.
I'm surprised.
But does a
he
Detroit
lasted
audience?
today.
I mean, the thing is, he is a local athlete. You know?
No
Who?
one cares.
Varn?
No, Varnes,
Farron?
his
Vern?
BFF is a local athlete.
Was a local
Was,
athlete.
yeah.
Well,
It's been a while.
I'm sure
Yeah.
there are people here that still root for him.
I do. I root for him.
Sure, that's fine. They don't call us up every
And you
week
do-
and tell us about it.
And you don't put him on your show sheet every day. All right, let's take the 10 texts. First 10 texters right now at 248-539-9797. Do we take Varn or Varens or Veranda's name call anymore regarding Kirk Cousins? Or do we just ban him from the station? I guess we can't ban him from
Not
the
the
station. We can
station.
ban him from 10 to 2.
Well, he can call
take
about other
calls, but
stuff. How about
you
just don't bring up Kirk
yeah,
Cousins?
Just don't talk about Captain Kirk.
I'm not sure he can. I'm not sure he can talk about other stuff.
Yeah, we put the parameters out there. So you're allowed. We can talk to Kenny about this, right? We have rules with different callers. No preambles. Don't how about this?
I'm
It's
big
just
on
simple.
nicknames.
We don't need to hear about Kirk Cousins unless Kirk's a topic, which he isn't.
Playing the Lions, maybe. All right, we'll take the 10 texts. We'll read them coming up next. And see
I
what
have
the
a
people
good feeling about this.
You think we're going to keep?
I think
we're
no.
going to keep Vern calling in.
No, I think we're going to have some really good texts coming in. Is what I think.
Hey, it's Doug. As a Michigander, we all know how tough our roads can be. If you've been in an accident, you need a legal team that specializes in auto accidents. That's where our friend Steve and his team at Michigan Auto Law come in. Someone I care about or a family member needs help, I'm connecting them with the team at Michigan Auto Law. Their specialization, well, it's auto and truck accidents, and it means more million-dollar results than any other law firm in Michigan, including the largest auto and truck accident settlements in Michigan history. They care more, so you win more. Michigan Auto Law, auto accident attorneys. Visit autolaw.com. That's autolaw.com. Doug Carr, Scott Anderson, 97 won a ticket. Look, if the call's entertaining, we've had some people that call on a regular basis that can be awfully entertaining. But a guy that calls about a topic that has nothing to do with a current Detroit athlete, but weaves him into almost every conversation. So we're like, should we ban the call? And here's the feedback we got. In the 10 text, Tom in Detroit says, no, don't take Vern's calls. He's irritating. Tom in Flat Rock, why is this dork giving a perspective as a non-Lions fan in poem form? Go away, Varn. What a flippin' loser.
Oh, boy.
Perch in Chesterfield. Kirk Cousins is an average quarterback. LMAO. This guy's talking about how he's scary good. Stop taking his calls.
I mean, he did knife through the Eagles defense and unbelievable efficiency. Five plays, 5 completions, 4 first downs, and a touchdown.
Steve in Detroit, don't take his call. Steve in a truck. We need an embargo on Vern or Varn or Fern or whatever the hell his name is. Lifetime embargo.
How about lifetime? That's a little harsh.
Gerald in Brownstown. No more varnished texts. This guy's a bum.
Oh, boy.
From Dave in Bancroft. Vern wins. Keep him. He drives Doug crazy. Perfect.
Well, there's one.
Brian in St. Clair Shores. Yes, because Doug spazzes out. John in Novi. Keep Varn. Clint at work. No, God, no more. Screw Vern and screw Kirk Cousins. Bye, Vern. All right. Well. And then this one from Brian. Doug, are you treating others with respect when it comes to Vern? LOL. I try to live by this credo.
You try.
Am I always successful?
More often than not.
Scott writes in, that's the end of Varn. When he said, you like this, I'm done.
Now that I agree with.
Yep.
It was fine up until then, but then, and I'll leave you with this quote. You like that? No. In fact, we hated it so much, we asked the listeners to vote you off the show. That's how little we liked that. Okay?
People have spoken.
People have spoken.
You can put his tiki torch out
Yeah.
or whatever, whatever they're doing on Survivor or
Probst says no go.
Right? MTV The Challenge. You've been voted out. I'm sorry.
Johnny Bananas just
yeah.
took you out in the challenge. Yeah. You're done.
You're done.
You're through in this town.
Yep.
Or on this show anyway.
Yeah. 10-2. You're going to have to take it elsewhere.
I think they might ban him in Minnesota too. It's like enough.
Oh, without
All
a
right,
doubt, Minnesota.
Yeah, it's like, hey,
This guy's
listen.
calling Atlanta right now. Like, you like that? They're like, hell yeah, we like that.
Yeah. We like that, Fern.
We like that a lot. We like that they're running the ball now with Bijan. Hell yeah.
Okay. Interesting news today.
You know, our program director is from Georgia, Doug.
Yes, he
From
is.
Atlanta. And he's a big Falcons fan.
We're either going to get the good job banning that guy or why'd you guys keep talking about him after he was gone? We'll get one of the two. There is interesting news in the world of sports and what is being dubbed the final Woj bomb. Adrian Wojnarowski, who is one of the elite insiders in all of sports media, is retiring from ESPN. I feel like this guy broke every single big NBA story for like the last decade. It's been Adrian Wojnarowski. When we grew up in a Vesey world,
Peter Vesey, what a
along came Adrian Wojnarowski and dominated in the NBA when it came to breaking stories.
Can I tell a Peter Vesey story?
Sure.
Why I think this guy is just one of the ultimate canoes of all time. So back in when I was a producer in the mid to late 90s, produced a sports talk show. And host Ike the Mega Man Griffin, Mega says, hey, Gates, give me Peter Vesey. I want to talk about this rumor. I'm like, sounds good. I'll get the book out. The book has all these media names and numbers. Called him up. And he said, sure, I'll do the interview. And we get done, and I engage in it as a producer. I'm talking to him, hey, Peter, thanks a lot for taking time out. I appreciate it. He goes, where did you get my number? I'm like, I got your number from the NBA Blue Book of Media Guide. That's where I got your number. And he goes, oh, well, I did this one time, but don't call me again. I'm like, really? All right, hotshot. I'm sure it's our loss. Hey, what a jackass, right?
It's pretty funny.
Did you call him the next week? Because I would have.
I certainly would have accidentally given out his phone number over the air. I would have certainly not done that.
Waiting for Megan to say, Gates, get me Vessi again. Yep, I'm on it. But Adrian Wojnarowski is a much nicer version and much more credible version.
Well, do you hear what he's going to do?
I did, which is crazy to me.
He has agreed to become the general manager for the men's basketball program at St. Bonaventure.
The general manager.
According to a story on
He's got to work the
ESPN,
salary cap?
the general manager role has been more common in college basketball in recent years as the transfer portals made a wholesale roster turnover an inherent part of the sport. The role includes name, image, and likeness allocations, recruiting, and supporting successful Bonnie's coach Mark Schmidt. So he's leaving sports media. Now he says he loved it, but it he basically said it takes all of his time being as good at his job as he wants and doesn't want to gear back, doesn't want to do less of a job. So he's off to become the GM of St. Bonaventure's basketball program. So for those of you that applied for that job, I hate to let you know this way, you didn't get it.
Oh.
They've hired Adrian Wojnarowski.
They've been a pretty good program over the years.
Mm-hmm. Now, he's a graduate from there. This isn't random, like he got picked up by St. Bonaventure. It was a big fundraiser for them, so he's got ties.
Yeah, since 2011-12, that season, they've had a handful of 20-win seasons. They've made the NCAA tournament thrice.
Mm-hmm.
But it's not a hotbed, you would think.
No, but
they have pretty good alumni.
Look, people care about, this is an elite sports reporter who would break stories. And so, I'm just kind of interesting to see him make that kind of career shift.
I think a lot of people listening and sports fans in general think like Schefter and Wojnarowski and Shams have the best job, right? It's awesome. You get to report on a sport you love. I think it would be hell. I like he probably has to sleep. He can't sleep when you're on vacation. You have to have all your phones ready to go. I mean, it was him and Shams going at it. Who'd break news first? To me, is like, I got to stop. Like, this is, you have no personal life. And in the statement Woj put out there, he goes, basically, time isn't endless. And I want to spend my time, focus on my family and things, more important things right now in life. And he probably, he did a great job while he did it. But, everyone reaches their point.
Yeah, good for him. When you reach that point where you're like, I'm tired of doing this. And he wants to take on that job of being a GM of a smaller college,
that he went to school
St.
at.
Bonaventure. They went there. Yeah, I know, I get all that, but that's the job he's going to take on now, is to be a GM of a college basketball program, which is interesting and different kinds of pressures and different time constraints. But I get it, and he was absolutely fantastic at what he did. He broke all the news. And like you said, and Shams is kind of caught up to him now, where they're.
Well, he's going to be the next guy.
Yeah, he is, absolutely. And probably no one's smiling wider right now than Shams because, hey, my services just the fee just went up. The fee just went up considerably. And knowing that Adrian Wojnarowski must have made a lot of money over the last 10 years doing what he did, he can live comfortably and do what he wants to do, and this is what he wants to do, and I think it's awesome.
The head coach at St. Bonaventure has been there forever, so it's not like he's taking a job, because I feel like if you join on with a college coaching staff, you're going to get fired, unless you're joining a guy who's just got deep roots there and they're never going to let go. But getting into coaching when you've got, he probably has one of the best contracts in all of sports media. But good for him. Good for him. Gator, if you were to take a job in athletics, would you be like assistant GM of the? I feel like you would love going around Tiger minor leagues and just reporting on minor league guys.
Roving scout?
Gator, the roving scout.
I could see that. I wonder what I would rather do for baseball or for football.
I think you're a baseball guy. I think you want to be.
I like them both.
Oh, you definitely like them both, but I think the ballpark, the hot dogs, you know.
I'm out.
I mean, last time I had hot dogs, I didn't have a good experience.
No?
I'm down on the dogs right now.
Oh, okay. Sorry.
Welcome to my world, amigo.
Right.
Whoever imagined Gator would
me
start
off.
to see things my way?
Yeah, I don't know. Would it be baseball or football? Either way, maybe being a roving scout of some kind, that'd be really cool.
Doug would be in charge of
fun.
practice, like recording practice. I think.
I'd be
love
doing.
that.
I'd get a job as
GoPros.
like a team video coordinator.
Mm-hmm.
Put together like their highlight videos. I'd dig that. All right. What's wrong with the Lions play calling, if anything? Jared Goff gives us details as to what goes into it next here on 97.1 The Ticket.
Hey, it's great to see our teams in the D back to their winning ways, just like the team at Sarah Chevrolet Southfield. Sarah Chevrolet is making sure that the customers win on every deal. The deals at Sarah Chevrolet Southfield are absolutely unbeatable. Starting with the Equinox EV, it's only $178 a month. The Blazer EV, only $239 a month. How about the Chevy Trax? It's only $259 a month. And the Chevy Silverado, only $299 a month. And all these unbeatable payments with only $999 down. Taxes and fees included. There's no games, no gimmicks. It's just great winning deals for their customers. Need more money for your trade-in? Sarah Chevrolet Southfield has you covered. They treat trade-ins like a highly sought-after free agent. Big money. That's right. Huge money for your trade. Up to $2,000 more. Paying too much for service only to feel like you're in the cheap seats? Oh, yeah. Well, Sarah Chevrolet Southfield will have you feeling like you're sitting on the 50-yard line. Service is open every Saturday. Free loaner vehicles available. No appointments necessary. Sarah Chevrolet Southfield will get you in and out quickly. Sarah Chevrolet Southfield at 696 and Telegraph.
gets in this league. So, anytime he's calling plays for me, I'm fired up. And, yeah, it's hard. It is really hard. It's hard to game plan. It's hard to call the plays at the right moment. It is hard, but track record shows our guy does a pretty good job of it.
We got a call yesterday from somebody said it's simple. David Montgomery in the red zone finishes drives. And I'm like, it's probably more complicated than that. How would you respond to somebody who said that?
Yeah, he does. I think, we love giving the ball to David as often as we can, but, there's also, 10 other guys on the offense that we have to account for, and certainly 11 guys on defense, depending on what they're doing, that dictates, certain ways that we have to maneuver throughout a game. And, yeah, sure, David's a great player, but the game dictated otherwise last week.
Dan Campbell said that he thought that maybe you were trying a little bit too much to make the bigger play. Does that mean that he thought that you were like waiting a bit longer for the plays to develop rather than just take?
Jared, as always, thanks for being with us. And how's the week of practice been so far as you get set for this Arizona game?
Yeah, it's good. We're just right in the middle of our Wednesday, getting ready for Arizona and gearing up for another tough matchup, and it'll be good.
You guys have taken the expectation in this town to a very high place. And as you might imagine, in our line of work, when you lose a game, there is there's a degree of shock. And one of the more popular calls we get after a loss is about play calling. And is there anything you can provide insight on the intricacies of play calling, that it's a lot tougher than it looks, or there's a lot more going on than people realize?
Sure. Yeah. I mean, I think by all accounts, our guy is as good as it gets in this league. So, anytime he's calling plays for me, I'm fired up. And, yeah, it's hard. It is really hard. It's hard to game plan. It's hard to call the plays at the right moment. It is hard, but track record shows our guy does a pretty good job of it.
We got a call yesterday from somebody said it's simple. David Montgomery in the red zone finishes drives. And I'm like, it's probably more complicated than that. How would you respond to somebody who said that?
Yeah, he does. I think, we love giving the ball to David as often as we can, but, there's also, 10 other guys on the offense that we have to account for, and certainly 11 guys on defense, depending on what they're doing, that dictates, certain ways that we have to maneuver throughout a game. And, yeah, sure, David's a great player, but the game dictated otherwise last week.
Dan Campbell said that he thought that maybe you were trying a little bit too much to make the bigger play. Does that mean that he thought that you were like waiting a bit longer for the plays to develop rather than just taking what's right in front of you? Or how do you interpret that?
No, yeah, I think he's right. I think it's just knowing when the play's over and not trying to make something out of nothing and not try to, will us back in one play. Just do your job one play at a time. And I think that's something I was able to take from that game that I need to do a better job. It's just doing my job and not trying to, like he said, do too much or try to create something that isn't there.
Josh Reynolds seemed like he was a bit of a security blanket for you and the offense over the last couple of years. His first down percentage on catches was absolutely ridiculous. But for lack of a better term, are you still searching for a new security blanket, or is one emerging in practice, or is it just simply St. Brown?
I mean, I got a whole lot of wideouts and running backs that I love throwing to here, and it doesn't just stop at St. Brown. I mean, Jameson, Khalif, Sam Laporta, Brock. I'll throw it to David. I'll throw it to Jameer. We'll throw it to all sorts of guys. So I don't know how to answer that other than I love throwing it to our guys.
Sam Laporta, Dan Campbell revealed on our morning show yesterday that he's kind of being brought back slowly from the injury. Do you see him getting healthier, and do you imagine he will be a big part of the game plans moving forward?
Yeah, I think as we go, I'm sure he's as good of a tight end in this league as it gets, and of course we want to get him as involved as we can. And he looks good. He's running. I'm sure he feels good, and I think Dan's right on.
So Tim Patrick, he's obviously a bigger target for you to throw to. Dan Campbell talked about his massive catch radius. How have you seen him get better as he gets more reps in practice, and how big of an impact can he have? I mean, he kind of alluded to it last week, mentioned his name, and then he gets to get in the starting lineup. But where do you see him fitting in?
Yeah, Tim's done a good job. He just keeps kind of learning as he goes. Our offense isn't easy to pick up in 1 week, but he's done a great job, really has, learning. I thought he stepped in there nicely last week and had a couple good catches and good runs after catch. And, his role will only grow as time goes on, I would imagine, and he's doing a good job.
One thing that we've kind of learned in talking to you is that you really value trust with a receiver. And you always talk about it with Amon-Ra. You've given us very specific examples, which has been really cool. But in the case of Tim Patrick, how quickly can you develop that trust? Like, that's something that it feels like it's developed over time, but I imagine it seems like Can you get to where you really trust a guy early? He's only been here a couple weeks.
Sure, yeah, you can. It takes a lot of reps and a lot of time in between practice, not necessarily our actual reps of practice, but we had some time in between where we can talk and work through different things. And I trusted him enough to throw him that ball on the sideline. We were so close to getting that ball in there on that 3rd and longer. But Tim's doing a great job. He really is, and that trust is building.
How aware of you, or do you make concerted efforts not to be predictable with tendencies and who you throw to or target? Does that go through your mind at all during the course of a game when plays are called? You're like, well, okay, maybe we've gone to the well a lot with this player. Maybe we need to work it to somebody else.
Through my mind, zero. I'm sure it goes through Ben's mind as he's calling the plays. Yeah.
Interesting. So watching the All-22, I was like, the other part of this whole game, Tampa did a really good job. What you saw, did you see a Tampa team that was really prepared and had a really good day defensively?
You tip your cap to them. They did play well, and they played well the last 2 times we played them too last year, and we were just able to play a little bit better. So they're a good team. They're a well-coached team. They did a good job against us, and we did not do our best.
So Arizona coming up, one of the more amazing stats is that you guys have not lost back-to-back games since that season back in 2022. Oh, do you think I'm jinxing it now?
Saying.
Lions, but doesn't that speak a little bit to what this team is and where you guys are, that you always come back from a loss? It's putting your home at risk. It's time to call Brickworks Property Restoration. They'll assess your foundation, pinpoint the source of the problem, and give you a custom solution to keep your home dry and safe. I get it, unexpected repairs. Jared, as always, thanks for being with us. And how's the week of
Austin and running? Turf can be tough on your joints, and the whole story with turf. But the grass and you're inside and on the road is always fun. You get a ruckus crowd there. It is fun.
What challenges does their defense present?
They do a lot of different stuff. They really do, and I think right away you see Budda Baker jump off the tape, and the ways they use him and move him around, and he's as electric player that I've ever played against, and I played against him since college all the way through. We were NFC West opponents a lot, and got a lot of respect for him. But yeah, they've got a lot of young players who are hungry. They play really hard. They're a freaking good team, and we're excited to go out there.
Speaking of defense, what can you say about Aiden Hutchinson?
Yeah, it's pretty impressive. It really was, and it's a shame we let it go in vain and weren't able to hold up our end of the bargain on offense. But it really was impressive on the sideline watching that and being like, damn, another one. And I think you've seen it this whole off season with him, with his work, and I've seen his body change since he was a rookie until now, and just his work ethic and the time he puts into it and how much he cares and his standard for himself. It's extremely high. And when you have a player that you combine all that stuff, good things happen, and it was fun to see that.
Is he a pain in the ass to practice against? I mean, is the whistle constantly being blown because obviously they can't hit quarterbacks in practice? But would you stop blowing up the play? We gotta run the offense here.
He started to enter that territory of ruining practice at some points throughout training camp, and it's tough. He's a tough guy to block, and I don't care who you are.
Hey, Cal is 3-0. We got the big win over San Diego State last week. Now it's on to Florida State. Are the Bears going to continue to keep the Seminoles in a tailspin?
Yeah, we're starting our. I think this is our first ACC game, right? So, it would be, right? Yeah. So, we got to keep winning, and if we win this one, we're 4-0, and we got the U at home the week after. So you never know.
And lastly, have you had a chance to keep up with what the Detroit Tigers are doing? I know you're a baseball guy. Your dad played professional baseball. You keeping up with what the Tigers are doing right now?
I'm aware they're in a playoff push. I don't know if I know exactly how many more they need or what they need to happen, but I'm aware they're in the hunt and playing well.
Well, good luck. Appreciate your time. Thanks for joining us, and we will talk again next week.
All right. Thanks, guys.
There he is, Jared Goff here on 97.1 The Ticket. Do you think that the Ben Johnson critics we've gotten this week were critical of him going into this year? Do you think they didn't like him going into this year?
No, I don't think there was anybody that was critical of Ben Johnson going into.
Because I got to tell you, I have a belief that eventually every fan base turns on their offensive coordinator. I think it is a job that eventually everybody, not everybody, but a good portion of the fan base turns on the offensive coordinator.
Yeah, I think that's fair. It all goes based on how the team goes. If team's losing games and you think that there's more they can offer offensively, then people will turn. I think it's just a matter of time before, you need to move on.
So,
probably in this profession.
I guess the reason I ask is I wondered if we had a guy that could be immune to that, and maybe there's no such thing as being immune to it. But is it possible that we had a guy calling plays for the Detroit Lions that was immune to the fan base turning on him? And I don't think big numbers of fans have turned on him. And I don't even know that some of the calls we've gotten to this week are examples of people, quote unquote, turning on him. But I do think he's taken a surprising amount of criticism this week. And I mean, going back to blaming him for the loss to the 49ers, we have gotten that call repeatedly, blaming him for the loss to the 49ers in last year's NFC title game. When I think the bulk of the culpability actually lies within a series of extraordinarily unlikely circumstances that all happened in the second half. 2 drop passes that led to turnovers. One was a 4th down, one led to a punt. A botched exchange with a rookie running back and a ball off the face mask. I'm not convinced that if you don't remove any single one of those, the Lions don't win that game.
Yeah, I would tend to agree with you. It was a crazy sequence of events that obviously contributed greatly to the reason why they lost. Now, I think people have more people had an issue. I don't remember anybody bitching about play calling from Ben Johnson. What they complained about with that loss was Dan Campbell.
No. I'm saying now, this week, we have gotten multiple calls of people when they complain about Ben Johnson, they have wrapped in last year's loss to San Francisco.
You're right about that. Today specifically, talking about, they should have run it more with Montgomery. And it is kind of crazy. And I think people, they listen to what they want to listen to and they see what they want to see. Whatever is going to fit their narrative is what they're going to go with. And if they think that the reason the Lions lost on Sunday to the Buccaneers is because they didn't run the ball enough to Montgomery, then damn it, they're going to say that's why they must have lost to San Francisco. When you go back and look at it, that's not the reason they lost to San Francisco. But you're going to say that now because now you can say, and they did it again on Sunday.
Yeah.
And, facts be damned, like that he was averaging 3 yards a carry against Tampa Bay, while Jahmyr Gibbs is averaging 6.5 yards a carry. If you take away Jameer's big run, it's still 5 yards a carry. So people see and say what they want.
I guess. But it just feels like in some people's eyes it happened quickly. And I don't expect him to get everything right. And I don't think he got everything right. I think he'd probably tell you. I mean, when Dan Campbell came on the air on Tuesday and said there was one drive that ended with a call we didn't like. I mean, that's a way of saying we probably made a bad play call there. And that's fine. Here's feedback. It's not that they aren't using Montgomery as much as they seem to be forcing Gibbs with the ball up the middle when Montgomery should have it. Even the announcers commented how weird it was they were running Gibbs up the middle. Well, keep in mind, they're not trying to box themselves in the corner. Hey, when Montgomery's on the field, this might explain it. I don't know. But when Montgomery's on the field, they're running between the tackles. And when Gibbs is on the field, they're going outside the tackles. If you do that all season long, by the time you get late in the year, other teams know exactly what's going to happen when those guys are on the field.
Or 5 weeks into the year.
Yeah.
It doesn't take long for teams to recognize a trend, right?
You took the words out of my mouth. The Lions haven't been in many red zone positions within the 10-yard line. That's something you said earlier in the show. I'd like to see David Montgomery and Gibbs in the same backfield. That's from an unnamed texter.
I would not. I don't mind if they're on the field at the same time, but in the backfield, I don't. I mean, for what purpose? You want one of those guys to lead block?
So there's two things about that. If you're talking about adding a 12th player to the offense, that means you don't have to take anybody away. But does that mean less snaps for Laporta, less snaps for Amon-Ra, less snaps for J-Mo, maybe less snaps for Khalif Raymond, or maybe less snaps for Brock Wright? But what, people say, oh, then you don't know where they're going to go with the ball. Well, if somebody's got to block, and B, you're taking somebody else off the field. So we'll see. If you missed it earlier, I'm not overly concerned yet with red zone issues. They're moving the football just fine. They're top 10 offense and running and passing. They're top 5 in passing. They just have struggled when they got to the red zone. It wasn't a problem at all last year, but Laporta's coming off an injury. 7 of his 10 touchdowns last year were red zone targets, and 4 of the 5 Josh Reynolds touchdowns last year were red zone targets. It's clear they're crash coursing Tim Patrick.
You know how this works, guys. If you don't score on every play, the problem was you called the wrong play, right? Like, obviously that was a dumb play call. It didn't work.
Yep.
I think people always forget that there is resistance on the other side. The other team is getting paid a lot of money to scheme and stop you from doing what you want to do as well. And so I honestly think the Ben Johnson criticism is mostly because of the Bucs game specifically. I don't think a ton of people are turning on him as a whole, like, hey, he's a bad coordinator. I think people are frustrated that they dominated the stat sheet and didn't score a lot of touchdowns.
I agree. I just the fact that we have 3 times taken calls this week from people who goes, and plus on top of that, the San Francisco game last year. And I'm like, wait, what? But
they're trying to emphasize their own point and narrative, right?
Yep. Gator. I have launched into one of the most frustrating processes I have ever launched into.
Okay.
So our cell phone plan, our family, we have a family plan.
Mm-hmm.
And in the family plan, that includes my parents and my kids. And we, much to my surprise, I found out recently, have insurance. My daughter broke her phone. And so I'm trying to get it replaced.
Sure.
Because we have insurance.
Sure. That's why you get insurance.
I think it would be easier to solve the Da Vinci Code than to get this damn phone replaced. I am so frustrated. Yesterday was over an hour. It was 4 different people I talked to.
Oh, 4 different people.
This was after we filled out their easy to fill out online form. And guess what we got? The wrong phone sent to us.
Oh.
So now we're trying to fix that.
I can come back.
No, you're fine.
You're on a roll.
You're fine, Mike. You're fine.
This is
sad. I don't know how long it's going to take to get resolved.
Longer than you hope.
But it's long, and I'm mad at the carrier more than anything because I feel like the carrier has passed off the responsibility to this third company.
Just let it out, man.
And the third company is driving me up a wall.
Okay, so don't couch it. Cut loose. You'll feel better on your drive home. Just let it roll.
No, I'm trying to.
Don't be respectful.
I'm trying to
give in. Doug.
There's no need for respect at this point.
That's right. Give in.
Well, let me see what comes out of this. But I am Mike's like a devil on your shoulder.
I was about to say, I literally saw a real devil on your shoulder.
Yeah, there he is.
Just
Mike
give
Valeni,
in.
Mike Valeni.
Were they? Hey, let me ask you a question. Were they respectful to you? No.
No, in fact, yesterday I was accidentally agreed to some coverage I didn't want, and then I had to tell them I don't want that.
See, they screwed you over.
They tried. They tried.
You're the victim. Why should you be respectful? They punched you in the face.
They tried.
Or lower.
Yeah.
Yes.
You know, they kicked you in the balls. You like that?
I did not like that.
Okay.
No.
That's the second time today we were asked the question. You like that? I don't.
Yeah. Well, that guy, we might not hear from that guy for a while. How are you guys today?
I'm just stellar.
Are you?
Oh yeah. Yeah, great.
I feel like that's
you look
sarcasm.
well rested.
I'm not.
You look eager.
I slept horrific last night. No, I'm good. I've got caffeine. We're fine. No, today's a bit of a celebration because, for a while Kenny was playing just the tip, but now he's fully committed. Last night we got Kenny Cott on board.
On board with
the
Tigers?
Voodoo.
Yeah.
The Voodoo crew. That's my nickname for him. I can't explain it, and I'm not trying to. I mean, a balk into a broken bat single.
That's how it works.
Bases loaded, 1 out, 1 pitch,
Yep.
out, like stranding all 9 runners.
Have you seen Shelby Miller's splits against lefties?
That split finger is.
No, I mean his splits like against lefties.
Oh, just
he's
in
a
totality.
right-handed pitcher.
Oh, yeah, right.
He's
but
got reverse splits.
Lefties can't hit him.
They hit like 122.
Yeah.
120, and their OPS is like 415 or 417.
I'm done trying to figure it out. I've been done for 2 weeks. It's just, I don't want to hear
ride the
about.
wave.
Right, like at the start of it, oh, well, you didn't believe. Yeah, their playoff chances were .03. You're right, I don't believe. I also don't believe in Santa Claus. So when you get to a certain point, it doesn't matter what you believe. Like, it's either happening or it's not. And we've talked about this. The Twins are Thelma and Louise going right off a cliff.
Baltimore's going off a cliff.
Baltimore-
They seem uncatchable, but they are going off
Yeah,
a
they're
cliff.
not catchable, but I think they're in trouble playoff. Yeah, but they don't have a rotation.
Yeah.
Look, it's also, that's why I've never subscribed to the Fangraphs thing the last 3 weeks. Oh, your chances are 7%. Horse's ass they are. They're way better than that. Same thing now. Oh, your chances are 20%. The Tigers right now feel like a 51-49 split. That they can do They can do this.
Wow.
The Twins almost blew last night's game.
I know.
Duran is horrible. I'm embarrassed to say Rocco Baldelli's Italian. He's an idiot. You can do this. This is happening.
I love it.
Kenny is finally in.
He's got a Tiger hat on
It
today.
leaves
I noticed.
one piece left on the show.
Wait, I just want to fact check. Is Rocco Baldelli Italian?
I just assume Baldelli's Italian. It doesn't sound German Irish.
I would
does
assume
it?
Rocco was Italian.
Yeah, something. But no, David is the lone holdout.
Well,
Me and Rico have been believers for a couple of weeks. Like, no, get on board with it. Have fun with
Rico's on board.
it. Yes.
That
There you
doesn't
go.
make any sense.
You don't need to explain certain things in sports.
Right.
Sometimes
it's just that the guy with the hot hand
Milliken
at the craps table.
compared him to NC State.
yeah. Or George Mason or California
Yeah.
Chrome. Like, it's.
Doesn't make sense.
No, I mean, the horse was bred out of a cat and a dog. He cost $8,000 and he wins the Kentucky Derby.
Don't fight it.
Just go. Right. Who cares?
The old cliche, California Chrome.
California.
Have a
I'm
great
making
show.
a point.
I
Hey,
know, I
why
know.
don't you get on the phone and not be respectful with these people that are effing you?
Well, we'll see if we get the phone today.
And film it.
Have a great show. Stay safe. Treat each other with respect. 97.1. At least try to treat each other with respect. 97.1.
Oh, this is a banner day. It's a banner day, people, because we have a last man standing, Rico. Piece by piece, brick by brick, this show has kind of found its footing. And today, there is only one doubter left on this show as it relates to your Motor City Kitties. Because Kenny Cottis decided no more just the tip. He's going all in.
He crossed over.
Because right now, Kenny's up to his balls in Tiger baseball. Last night was the night that Kenny consummated his relationship with this baseball team. Stop trying to be pragmatic. Stop being worried about being hurt. And Kenny fell into their bed. And Kenny woke up today and, well, they were still there. Kenny has crossed over to our side. I don't want to hear about Fangraphs. I can't make sense of any of it, and I've stopped trying the last 2 weeks. Last night, we're just going to strand every runner.
Right.
Oh, bases loaded, 1 out, 1 pitch. I'm out of here.
Yeah.
Hey, how about a balk into a broken bat single? We're just going to go ahead and win that way. Guys, it finally won Kenny over. Kenny is joining you and I to say, right here now, I don't need Fangraphs. We have Rico graphs. And the Rico graphs are impressive. I say the Tigers are 51% in, 49% out.
Oh.
The Rico graph is 51%. The fan graph is 20. Tell me you don't believe my Rico graph number. Tell me after last night.
The 10th inning should tell you
Voodoo.
everything that you want to. Because I'm like, wait. A balk. Like, he's been doing this every pitch. Why was this pitch any different? Okay.
They get every break.
Fine.
They make every pitch.
Yes.
It just don't figure it out. Just don't bother.
Yeah. And then even in not even their games, but Cleveland strands the bases loaded in the 9th. And you win the game. And I mean, no, it didn't help them out, but the Twins, I thought they were going to hit a grand
thought
slam.
they were going to
Yeah.
gag. I know what you're
I'm
saying.
like, okay, is this really about to happen?
It feels
but
like
watching them, yeah, they're just doing it with bits and pieces of the bullpen coming in.
They're doing the opposite of what their intent was.
Yes.
They sold at the deadline and started load managing their Cy Young pitcher with a 0.3% chance of getting in the playoffs. Look at where you are now. None of this is by design. It's why sports is fun.
And what gets me, Mike, is, and I know it seems like it's going to last forever. It won't, but every time they go to the bullpen, it seems like it's the right move, that it's the right person.
Everything's the right move. Hey, it's Wensil Perez out of mothballs double. Hey, it's Shelby Miller, whose splits don't make any sense because he's a righty who lefties can't hit. 1 pitch, I'm out of here. Bob Massey.
Right.
Like, here's my question. If you don't believe today, why and when? Kenny had his moment last night. Kenny had his moment. Kenny was a doubter. Now Kenny joins me and Rico of submitting to the voodoo. It's clear where Joe Boo's rum is. It's in the Tigers clubhouse. And you just roll with it. Like, I don't have to find the way they play entertaining. It's largely not. And I don't have to believe that it'll work long term. It won't. But in this weird space with 10 games to go, what have you and I been saying the last 2 weeks? Guys, their chances are way better than what Fangraphs is saying. In the here and now, could I see it getting them in? Yes. 51% is where I'm at. I would like to state for the record, the Rico graph, 51%. Fangraphs, 20. Which number do you believe more? And if you don't believe in the Rico graph, why? Simple question for the people.
Because Fangraph could not chart what that 10th inning was all about.
No.
That's what I mean when I say sometimes analytics are great. It's a good guideline, but you got to just believe in your eyes. And sometimes things don't make sense. Go with it. It's okay.
You can't have an analytic for voodoo.
There it is.
It's just what it is. This is voodoo. It's ridiculous.
Magic.
That's voodoo.
Okay.
Evil. This is evil voodoo. This is payback for the 09 collapse in game 163. This is voodoo on Steve Yzerman. Because the Wings screwed us in the spring, we're getting paid back in the fall. The sports gods know they owe the Motor City joy. I don't know. It doesn't even matter. I'm convinced AJ and Feder. Do you remember the old Price is Right when the people would go up to the wheel with the jumbo numbers and they'd have to like hang off of the thing to get it to spin?
Oh, yeah.
And they spin the wheel, right? If that wheel had faces of relievers on there in their bullpen, AJ could spin that wheel and no matter where it comes up, Dennis Eckersley. It doesn't matter at this point.
See, I kind of see it as him at a dartboard and just closing his eyes and going like this. Boom. And
But the
you're in.
confidence level's contagious. You can feel it. You can see it. This is playoff baseball.
They believe
And again, I know people are going to yell at me, but like I think playoff baseball bogs down to a point. It's a very tough watch. Last night was a tough watch. You were excited about the result. The actual game itself, you're like, can someone get a hit, please? Like, please, God. And when Wenzel Perez comes up, I go, oh, my God, the game's over. And he misses it by 3 feet. Yeah. But I want – look, there's one doubter.
Yeah.
Satan, right there.
I mean, Bobby
Right there.
Witt
No.
with the
Right
autumn.
there.
No,
Yeah.
yesterday I told you guys I was in.
No, you're not.
Yesterday
No
I
one
said I
believed you.
believe.
You lied to her.
I was a deflator last week, but I've been inflated. I am in.
So do you accept my Rico Graph number? Right now, I'm at 51.49. They're getting in.
Okay, well, that's where I'll be the deflator. I don't believe it's 51.49 they get in. I
People,
don't.
if you don't buy my Rico Graph number, tell me why. 248-539-9797. And here's the other thing. If you're not into this at all, just help me understand. And I know it's football season. Believe me. The last thing I ever intended on a month ago was on September 17th, staying up till 11:30 at night and watching Tigers Royals. I actually view the space between football as when I get to have a life. Well, no, not in a pennant chase, you don't. So we're watching ball. But if you're not, what's it going to take to get you involved? Fangraph says 20%. The Rico Graph, the mighty Rico Graph, the virile Rico Graph, 51%. Talk to me. Speak it, Kenny. People, you got a team that's got 10 games to go and a real shot to make the playoffs. You know, if you want to compare your favorite chili recipes, you can text those to the morning show.
If you're going to sit there and be like, well, I don't want to get hurt, it's the final 10 games.
Yeah, no one wants to hear it.
Okay?
Get hurt.
Final 10 games. This team believes in themselves. This team knows good things are going to happen to them. They'll just catch that break. And Mike, I
There it
seriously
is.
believe that. I mean, even, 10th inning, the Royals have a man on base, Witt's up to bat. I'm like, okay, just don't hit it out, and you're out. Wow. Okay.
Yeah,
you
goodbye.
know what?
Thanks for coming.
Yeah. They're going to win this thing.
When it went bulk, broken bat flare, I go, they're getting in. Yeah, I mean, and again, I mean, I don't want to be mean because it's 80 and sunny, but like certain people who are on the team's payroll, like you have to say certain things, but it gets to a point where no, when they're recognizing every break is going your way, just roll with it. Like it's kind of getting ridiculous. And frankly, they have the best bullpen in baseball. Hannafy, Gunther, Salmon, Bo Brisky, Will Vest, Foley.
Maybe we should have saw this coming because, Mike, it seemed like every other outing, it was a bullpen day where they would just throw all the guys out there. And normally it's like, okay, you chalk that up as an auto loss, but they were winning. Earlier in the season, there were a lot of bullpen games that it looks like the fruits of their labor is paying off because now these guys are coming in there. Utmost confidence.
It's a competition between each bullpen arm who can be more dominant. That's how I look at it. These guys are, I mean, Herder, the kid with the sweeper, where have you been all my life? Can I get him in pinstripes for a playoff run? Like, who are these people? It doesn't matter. I'm convinced AJ and Feder could find somebody off the street and they could give him 2/3 in a fireman situation. Go ahead, Kenny.
Yeah, it's between the pitching and a little bit of the defense. You saw that catch that Meadows made just running into center field.
Did you see the analytics on the catch?
What was the analytics? I didn't see that.
He was covering 26 feet a second.
Jesus. So he's got that Arch Manning speed.
He does. No, Meadows is a Gold Glove center
No, he
fielder.
is, no.
It's just whether he can hit long term. Now, he's hit. He's turned it on. He was horrific to start the year. That level of defense, that's you can always play that. It's just whether he can earn his way to the top of the order, or does he end up just being in heavy quotations, a Gold Glove center fielder who hits eighth. Kenny, he was flying.
Yeah, it's between all that and the, like you said, the voodoo. If that would have just been a regular ho-hum 2-1 or 3-1 win, I'm not so sure I'd be in and all on board. But I mean, the balk into the broken bat. I'm like, this team just doesn't want to die. They just
don't
won't
get
lay
a
down
choice
and die.
to die because the demon spawn they've made a deal with will not allow it. Like the Tigers are one step from wearing glass vials with Satan's blood around their neck.
Jeez.
They are.
Jeez.
This is voodoo. It's New Orleans voodoo. It's
That
just
hoodoo. Okay.
It is, man. Get a skull and crossbones and a top hat. I mean, it is voodoo. Need a break? You're getting a break.
Skeleton painted face. Okay.
Want to die? We ain't letting you die. Joe Boo ain't letting you die. Where's that rum? That's what it is. I mean, it's amazing. Do you realize the Royals had a runner on base each of the first 6 innings? The Royals had the bases loaded in back-to-back innings, did not score.
Yep.
One of which you got out of the jam in one pitch. One pitch.
One pitch.
And then you win the game, not even by getting a real hit, a balk into a broken bat flare at the most opportune time, after you didn't advance the runner with the first out, after you needed voodoo, blood vial to get the guy to third, followed by more skeleton voodoo, shatterbat fun.
Yep.
Don't try to figure it out. Just go. I used the example yesterday. Yeah, partially because I love horse racing, but like California Chrome was bred out of a cat and a dog. Cost $10,000 total. Total. The horse smoked the Kentucky Derby. The horse went on to win $15 million overall. Don't try to figure it out. Horse fast, horse good.
What about the pedigree?
Oh,
Horse is
mama
fast.
was a hoe. Don't care. Horse fast. Joe Boo rum. So, David, are you actually in? You're not in with the Rico grab.
I can't do the Rico. 51, man. That's tough, man. When
David,
they don't have
we
a
say
pitching.
tough things on this show.
I can't do it. I can't do 51 right now.
Fangraphs got you at 20. I got you on the Recometer at 51%. You're making the playoffs. Because the voodoo, David, we should go to the blood bank and get some necklaces made. That's where we're at with Tiger baseball. It don't make sense, and I don't really care to try to make sense of it. I spend my whole life trying to make sense of stuff, and I'm cynical and pragmatic, and who cares? The reality is, just for 10 games, for the 25 I've been really paying attention, well, what's there to make sense of? But this was a part of a master plan. Let me help you.
No.
Stop.
Once you stop trying to make sense, it becomes enjoyable. You throw up your hands and say, yep, I
Voodoo.
expect that.
Let me ask you a question. Would it be offensive to sell blood necklaces at Comerica for the fans?
That would be offensive.
I don't think so.
We call the Tigers the Voodoo Crew.
Actual blood?
No, you buy a tiger paw, you get a little blood vial playoff drive necklace. What's the problem?
You say we should put gel in it?
Yeah, maybe
Kool-Aid
not
in
actual
it?
blood,
Okay.
but yeah.
What if you put like rock and rye in there?
Okay, I can go with that.
Something.
Detroit gets it rough enough. They don't need blood in the vial.
No, it shows we're committed to voodoo.
Okay.
248-539-9797. I want to know if you're buying what I'm selling.
No, it is.
And Kenny is in.
Kenny is seeing the Tigers as his Jack Golke. The shots are just falling, Kenny. You're going to beat Kentucky.
Kenny's all up in that Tiger baseball. Good for you, Kenny. Rico?
Specs at LTU. Guys, you've heard me talk about Specs. You want a career in radio, TV, graphic design artist? Specs at LTU can help you get started on your journey. It's very simple. All you need to do is head over to that website, ltu.edu/specs. You're going to learn more about the broadcast media arts, digital media arts, and graphics communications program taught through Specs at LTU, right here in the city of Southfield on the campus of Lawrence Tech. You're going to be taught by people like myself who work in the business. What does that mean? It means with the hands-on approach and expert faculty, you will learn the practical skills you need to succeed in today's media industry. So once again, you want a career in radio, TV, you're a graphic design artist, Specs at LTU can help you get that journey started. What are you waiting for? Be curious. Visit the website, ltu.edu/specs to learn more. Then make magic by enrolling in Specs at LTU certificate program today.
Hello. All right. So it's very, very simple. When it comes to IRS collection or audit, you need a law firm, not a CPA. You need Maurice and Jerry, legitimate representation that will fight for you, that will advocate for you. And they're not going to sit there and just take abuse from the IRS. They're going to punch. They're going to fight. They're going to be aggressive. You got tax problems? Fix them. Call Abraham and Rose today. Go to abrahamandrose.com or just call that number, 248-539-5040. And you will never have to personally deal with the IRS again. Wow. Thank you for that. David, ticket text before we get to the people. But I have offered you, I'm done with Fangraphs. I don't think Fangraphs respects your baseball team. I don't think they've fully comprehended the clownery of the Minnesota Twins. And I don't think Fangraphs has an analytic for voodoo. This team is wearing blood necklaces. We need to sell them at Comerica. We need to market those. Forget the, you know what? If you join the 1901 Society, you get a voodoo necklace. Because that's all this is. It's voodoo.
It is.
Every break, every moment, every pitch, everything. It's the Tigers are getting it their way. So don't try to figure it out. 51%, 49% split. You're making the playoffs. F Fangraphs.
So the Voodoo Crew. I like that.
Voodoo Crew.
Sounds better than the Duct Tape Crew.
Buy the Crazy Puffs. Get a blood necklace. Can you imagine how scared opposition would be in the playoffs coming to Comerica? 50,000 people wearing a blood necklace. Come on.
Dandy said it last night with Parker's catch that he didn't believe the stats, said that he had an 11% chance to catch it. It doesn't always equate. Fangraphs are about as accurate as the 2016 polling numbers.
Uh-oh.
Oh, my gosh.
Uh-oh.
Matt and Wixom says, I believe the 51 because how could this have worked out? The last 3 games are against the White Sox and the Twins finish in Boston.
2 words.
Whew.
Voodoo. I know it's 1 word, but it really should be 2.
It's hyphenated. We'll go with that.
I want to believe, but they can't seem to get over this 1.5 game hurdle. I'm still a deflator.
Oh, man.
That could all change in 48 hours.
Josh in the truck says, wife walked in on me watching the game last night, quickly threw a pillow over my lap, changed the channel to Cinemax.
That's right.
I'm all in, 51.
Man, you can't be putting that flagpole up indoors.
That may be the text of the day.
Winning.
What are you watching, Cinemax?
Oh, that's crazy. Fear of getting hurt is so dumb. Why do you like sports then?
Roberts.
Being a sports fan is mostly getting hurt. Go Tigers. I am in. Ryan in Auburn Hills.
The point is, if you're not in now, what will it take? Because it's voodoo. It's not even an insult to call it that. It just is. There's not a bullpen in the history of baseball that's been on a run like this. I mean, what is this, the 96 Yankees? And these guys are off the scrap heap. Doesn't matter. Voodoo.
Don't think you got Hall of Famers.
Nobody pitches complete games anymore. Really? Hold my beer. Cato Montero, 96 pitches. Voodoo.
You mean that wasn't Greg Maddux?
Hey, out of nowhere, Casey Mize is throwing like 7 miles an hour faster. Voodoo. Can't get a hit. Don't need one. Balk, broken bat. Voodoo. Pinch hit. Double off the wall. Voodoo. Just, honestly, have voodoo night at the ballpark. We're sacrificing chickens, blood necklaces. We should all do a satanic prayer, have David lead it. Shock and awe.
I don't know about that.
And then we baptize Rico in the Detroit River. Voodoo night at the park.
All right. Well, I'll see you guys. You guys can head on out to the park.
Voodoo. David, ticket text. Go ahead, and then we'll get to the callers.
We believe best things about the Tigers run is if they get in, nobody wants to play us. That is from Ahmad in a truck.
I don't want to go there. I'm not going to sit here and act like people are trembling in their boots to play you. Let's cool out on that.
Not trembling in the boots, but yeah, if you have Scooble going out in game 1, you win that. The home team is already down.
Blood necklaces.
And they're desperate.
Parker Meadows is Jackie Bradley Jr. defense, but actually has potential at the dish. I'm 51 all in.
Okay, so you agree with my number, not Fangraphs. Okay, this is good. Kenny, do you agree with my number? Now, just because you've accepted the voodoo, do you agree with my number?
I agree with the number, and I'm glad you put it at 50 and not something outlandish like
51.
70 or 80.
No, 51-49. They're getting in.
Because it's still 1.5. They still have the tiebreaker game, but yes.
Twins
51.
will lose that. Don't worry. The way this is written in the scripture, Rico already gave me the preview in Corinthians. There's a line in there about the Twins losing on a Thursday afternoon after Jesus crawled out from a rock. It's done.
Close.
Who needs water into wine? Get your water into wine.
was a log, not a rock, but yes, you're close.
Whatever, dude.
Oh, Devin says 51%, baby. Let's go Tigers. All in.
And again, this is a good kind of like a straw poll. Are we willing to, like, I've had doubts about the Fangraphs thing for 2 weeks. Let's just take Fangraphs, throw it in the garbage. 51%. That's your number, not 20. We're going to get to the callers. We've said it all. We've touched base with the ticket text. Now, you always have a guy for everything. Remember the one time you hired the guy to buy Rieger's debt? You got a guy for everything. You got a guy who can make blood necklaces? Little old English D on there?
Make a call.
Make a call. That playoff game, one side it's an old English D, on the other it says 97 won the ticket. I'm sure the team would be thrilled. Come on. Come on. You got a guy?
I'll see what I can do.
Okay. That's all. David, we'll go to the phones next. We will get to college football today too, guys. Like, don't stress. We're going to do it. We're going to talk Michigan, voodoo. But we got to start with the Tigers. And it was a big day when Kenny stopped doubting and just said, F it. I'm going to have a good time. Your phone calls are next. 97.1. All right, voodoo. So, listen. Ball game tonight. Maybe you got a youth soccer event to be at. Lord knows this youth sports never stops. My sister had a youth soccer game at 5:45 on a Sunday night. What are these people doing? The point is, Hungry Howie's get dinner on the table in 20 minutes, and they've got 3 different plans for any size party. The $10, the $20, or the $30 deal. Tonight, Tiger Voodoo. Celebrate it with a large pepperoni duo, $10. 2 medium 1-topping pizzas and Howie bread, $20. 2 large 2-topping pizzas and a Howie bread plus a 2-liter of Pepsi, $30. Tigers make the playoffs. I'm going to make sure Hungry Howie's throws in some blood necklaces for everybody. The point is, they got the deal for you. Just go to hungryhowies.com and find game-changing deals. Become the MVP of your dinner table. It's Hungry Howie's. All right, straight to the people. On a Voodoo Tuesday, Kenny was the holdout. Now David's the last man standing. He is not subscribed. I have submitted to the universe. I'm not even trying to figure it out. Tigers are making the playoffs. We go to Dan on a cell. Danny, what's going on, buddy?
Mike, what's going on, guys? Hey, Rico, how you doing?
Excellent.
Hey, Dan.
What's on your mind?
This team reminds me of my 2011 Cardinals that really used the voodoo and took the life out of Ron Washington, Mike's favorite haircut in all of Major League Baseball. And
Poor Ron Washington.
well, you said it, Mike. And I told Doug and Gator, Chris Fenner is the new, whoever Tony La Russa's pitching coach, the new.
He's like the new Leo Mazzoni or Mel Stottlemyre.
The new Dave Duncan. He's the new Dave Duncan, right?
He's unbelievable.
Tony La Russa and Dave Duncan for years. And so when I look at that 2011 Cardinals team, Ryan Theriot, come on, David Freese used to play baseball next to my house at a community college. Those guys weren't stars. They just found the right stroke at the right time and really went through the playoffs on that miracle of infield fly rule against the Braves in 2011. And they just found the right chemistry towards the end of the year. And I think that's what the Tigers have done here. That's hell of a reason to watch them. So
yeah, I mean, listen, Danny, it's something very simple. Is that 90% of sports can make sense and it can be pragmatic and based on math. And I've spent my career, I'm pragmatic and I am cynical. That's just how I am. But there has to be a 10% where it doesn't make sense and the best teams don't win, or the odds aren't representative of what actually happens. Like Northern Illinois beat Notre Dame. How? They could play 100 times. That might be the one time it happened. That's why we keep coming back for more.
See, I think the odds are even greater than that, Mike.
Than 51%?
No. The 90% things go the way they're supposed to. I think that we think that way, but in essence, it's like there's a city in the desert built off of, hey, games don't go the way you think they're going to go. Trust us on this. I mean, I was watching a little snippet of your cash a ticket, and you're like, guys, we had the worst week ever, and it happens.
Oh, God.
I know what you do with your research.
It don't matter.
You throw it out the window.
Fugazi.
Because then all of a sudden somebody just walks in and says, I think that team's going to win.
Touchdown, Saints, again and again. Let's go over to Ian, 97.1. Ian, what's going on, buddy?
Good afternoon, gentlemen. Always a pleasure. Voodoo Tuesday.
Voodoo Tuesday. Talk to me.
Two things. First things first. You guys had a show about a week or two ago about the magic number being 4 or the Fangraph at 9. Yeah. I was screaming at my radio saying 4 games behind. That was a comfortable vote. Now, with that being said, I am not on the Rico plan. I feel the Tigers need to do something in Baltimore this weekend. Right now, it's 60-40. Tigers are not making the playoffs. If they win 2 out of 3 in Baltimore and they come home and they play the Rays and the White Sox the last 6 games of the season, I'm on board. If they have a terrible weekend against Baltimore, I'm not on board.
Okay. And look, Ian, I respect that. Yeah, and you're right.
That's fair.
It could totally change in a blink of an eye.
But, Ian, why wait till the weekend? Believe now.
No.
Well, it's hard to believe now. I like what you guys did with the Bible about, on the 7th day, the Twins lose to the Guardians on Thursday. That was awesome.
That's it.
But that's it. And now, with that being said, if they do lose on Thursday, they got to go. Honestly, guys, they got to go 2 out of 3 in Baltimore. They really do. Okay. I know 1 out of 3 is not going to cut it.
No, listen, Ian, you still have a tall mountain to climb, but it's shifted from this thing of, look, at the start, like let's say they put 1 good week in the books, and your odds are 0.3% of making it. No, you're not going to sit here in good conscience and be like, yeah, we're going to go 30-8. But now that you've laid down this amount of tape and you've gotten to this point with 10 games to go, I kind of just look at it and go, all right, if it hasn't fallen apart now, it's not going to. The voodoo's real. We're practicing blood magic, and we're just moving with it. I mean, look at it. Guys, if you're not watching the games, that's fine. When I tell you everyone they bring out of the bullpen is Mariano Rivera, just that's what's happening.
Yeah. You're catching every break. You're believing every break. Because I'm quite sure every Twins fan held their breath saying, we're about to lose this game.
Duran loaded the bases. They had to get him out of the game. Winning run is at the plate. The Twins.
And they felt like they were going to lose.
Yeah.
and they won, but I promise you, every fan was thinking, here we go again. Where here, we're saying the same thing, except for it's positive.
Yes.
Oh, well, we didn't move that guy over in the 10th inning. Just wait. Balk. Oh.
Now
Broken
hold
bat
on.
single.
Right. Now your bat will turn into the bird that Randy Johnson killed.
Yeah.
Single.
Like, okay. Voodoo.
Still remember that.
Go to Mike, Rochester Hills. What's up, Mikey?
Not much, guys. How are you?
Good, man. What's on your mind?
Good. So, baseball reasons why we are winning. It's defensively. You've got a center fielder shaded to left center, and he makes a ball in the gap in right center look easy catching it. Like, watching it live, you're like, oh, that was a nice catch. But then you see the replay, and you're like, oh, my gosh, he was flying. It's Riley Green robbing a home run when he's your normal everyday right fielder. He plays left field last week, and he robs a home run against the Rockies. It's stuff that they're playing good defense and then turning double plays up the middle. Colt Keith and Sweeney have something going, I believe, for the future.
Okay, I don't on the last one, but I'll keep it positive. Everything else I'm with you. No, I mean, Mike, it's all good. It's just, do you subscribe Fangraph saying you have a 20% shot or the Rico graph saying 51%?
I called in last week and I said that I thought they were going to make the playoffs because the 9% made sense to me. Or excuse me, the 3.5 back from the Twins made sense. There's no way I can't say the 51% doesn't make sense. I'm 100% on board. And instead of the blood, I think we can get a Kentucky Fried Chicken bucket. We don't want people puking in the stands. A little Major League Baseball reference or Major League reference there.
Yeah, here, give this to Joe Boo. Yeah, no, it's I just, Mike, you're at that point, and the most dangerous thing in sports, it's belief. It's why when you let a bad team hang around, they often beat you. Because by the time you decide you're going to play, it doesn't matter. This team clearly knows what's going on. You heard it the other night. I think they interviewed Colt Keith, and he talked about, yes, I looked at the scoreboard 36 times. I couldn't avoid it. They know, and they know they're on a roll. And you know what this is now? Every guy doing their individual job at an individual moment. This bullpen, there's not you could have an all-star bullpen. Rico, I could take, like, if I gave you the ability to draft 6 relievers of your choice, build your dream bullpen, it would not have the numbers this bullpen has in the last month.
No.
That's insane.
The funny thing is, you may have hit upon something, Mike.
Tell me.
The fact that, no, everybody is just doing their job and not having to overcompensate for someone else because of deficiencies. Because everybody is doing that, it makes it look a lot easier. You don't have a player out there. I'm not saying it's because Bias was playing, but
do it. Give in to the temptation.
This is a guy that was helping other teams win.
That's right.
So now you got to maybe swing a little harder at the plate, throw the ball a little harder.
Hey, what's that record since Harvey died? It's probably like 20-5.
So, I think that right now everybody is doing their job, and not having to do their job plus a little bit of somebody else's.
Fun note, Rico. Creating a blood vial necklace can carry different meanings depending on the context and intent behind it. Here are some points to consider. Cultural significance. What, Kenny? I'm doing the research here. Do you know that in some cultures, using blood in jewelry can have spiritual and symbolic energy?
Yes.
Might be seen as a way to connect with ancestors and represent life force or signify a playoff chase. May have made up the last part. Got to get with it, man. We're summoning the bones of Hank Greenberg. Blood necklace. 248-539-9797. We will continue with the people.
I love when you find out new facts.
It's exciting. Did you know that the act of using blood can carry symbolic weight? It can represent love, sacrifice, or playoff chases, and it may evoke associations with blood magic.
You mean the facts that has been in African culture?
David, just let him go with it.
First of all,
let him go with it.
First of all, the last I checked, I am selfish, and we are using this for our gain. I don't really care about what was going on in Africa in 200 BC. I care right now that if blood necklaces can help me get more balks and broken back singles and ground balls on split fingers. That's what I care about. Thanksgiving. All right, it's football season, it's baseball season, whatever. Drive a football field 55 miles an hour blindfolded. That'd be nonsense. Takes 4.5 seconds to do it anyways. That's how long it takes people to respond to texts while driving. And this is how you have idiocy on the roads. If you don't have life insurance, you're at risk. So get it, and get it with National Benefit Plans. Call Mike Papura today, 877-734-2200. Mike will shop over 70 different life insurance carriers nationwide. Guarantee you the best possible rate. In the event of that tragedy, your family will be taken care of. Call Mike Papura now, 877-734-2200, or go on the web at nbphealth.com. Remember, National Benefit Plans would like to be your health and life insurance agency for a lifetime. All right. Voodoo Tuesday or Wednesday, whatever day this is, but we got to do a little football. David, music. Yes. Let's go.
So I love doing this every week on Wednesday, looking ahead to week 3.
By the way, congrats on child 4.
No, looking ahead to the next week of college football and what I'm thinking about for best bets. It's not happening, Rico. I don't know what this man is talking about. So let's start with the Illini.
They celebrated that Florida Atlantic win that night.
That's right.
Let's start with the Illini. They're visiting Nebraska. Nebraska's a 9.5-point favorite. So here's the deal. Nebraska is 3-0 straight up and against the spread this year. But here's who they've played: UTEP, Colorado, Northern Iowa. So I would take Illinois plus 9.5.
Go ahead, Rico. This is your game. You love Big Bert.
I do love Big Bert, but it's Big Bert outside of his element. If this game were in Illinois, David, I would agree with you.
He's still wearing a muumuu.
Yes, it will be. It'll be the white muumuu. But I think Nebraska, they have that thing rolling there. It's an intimidating place again, like it used to be back in the day. Yeah, I would take Nebraska.
By the way,
they'll cover this.
Line is down to 7.5. I'm kind of with Rico here. Plus, it feels like Earth is on Illinois. Give me the creepy Dylan Raiola Mahomes imitation thing. I don't like this. It's getting a little weird.
Yeah, it's almost Dateline type stuff.
Yeah,
You'll find Mahomes in a trunk.
And by the way, to let everyone know, this is not one book. This is the best I've seen in all these books.
I got you. But I'm just saying, if the game were in Illinois, I would agree. But it's at Nebraska. Nebraska's going to roll.
All right, so Arizona State is going to Texas Tech. Tech is a 3-point favorite in this game. Here's where I'm going with this one. Arizona State gave up 28 points, the victory over Texas Tech. And T-Tech.
Texas State.
Texas
Respect
State, yeah. Tech,
San Marcos.
Tech, while against North Texas, did score 52 points in the first half. The over-under is 60.
Yeah,
Take the over.
David, I'm not kidding. Both these teams are ass. Arizona State absolutely should have lost. They're down 21-7. I mean, Texas State, a fumble, blown cover, just ridiculous. I'm sorry. I can't. Don't involve me in any of this. These are two horrific teams.
They can't play defense.
Texas Tech, did you see the over-under against North Texas last week was 79.5?
Yes.
The answer is no. This game's not even on TV.
Take the over. We've been talking voodoo all day. They're the Sun Devils. They believe in voodoo.
Why did they get rid of Sparky? Why are they wearing a giant fork on their helmet?
Sparky's still there.
I like Sparky. Where is he?
He's still around. He's still around. Their intro is real creepy at their stadium. Yeah.
So let's move over to the SEC.
Because they just wanted more.
Florida visiting Mississippi State. Florida is the 6-point favorite. I'm going to go through this. I hear you already, Mike. Let me go through this. We all know that Napier's days are numbered. But here's what's been happening this week. He's gotten support from his players, which means they haven't quit on him. So if you're going to take Florida, I would take them this week at -6 at Mississippi State.
Oh, God. All right, first of all, I wouldn't touch this game with your money.
I understand.
So I'm shooting. Now, you're asking me to tell you a pick. This is a pick I would never make. This is a bet against Mississippi State more than it is a bet for Florida.
Okay, they're awful.
Mississippi State is wretched. Toledo went down there and dropped a bomb. Florida's also
got a check.
Yeah, and they're also going to play DJ Lagway, who is a super stud quarterback that's gotten some time. The offense looks more alive than with Mertz. I'd say Florida, but man, you can't be betting on this game.
I wouldn't bet it either, but this is a rally game, David, because the team hears everything. They know we're the reason why he's about to get fired.
No, that haircut of his.
Let's step it up. Let's go out here and beat this bad team.
Okay, well then let me try this one. Kansas is going to West Virginia. West Virginia is a 2.5-point favorite. Kansas, yes, I understand they've lost some games. They turned the ball over. But West Virginia is -5 in the turnover ratio. Kansas plus 2.5.
Rico, can I just sidebar with you for a moment before we approach the bench? Sure. Is he just picking the worst games of the week to F with us?
Yeah, I think so.
You got a problem with us?
Next,
Not at all.
Next, he's going to break down Villanova, Maryland.
There is no scenario. Both these teams are radioactive. I mean, Jaden Daniels can't stop turning the ball over for Kansas. They don't look the same without Kodal Nicki. And with West Virginia, they're just bad. I mean, they absolutely blew that game against Pitt. They got their doors blown off by Penn State. This game is a no. No.
Hold on. Another sidebar. Did you realize both teams are 1-2?
Yes.
Okay.
Yes.
All right. Yeah, I guess I would just go Kansas in the points.
Better uniform.
Yeah.
Come on, David. Give me a game I got a big opinion on here.
I'm going to give you USC minus 6.5 at Michigan. So here's the deal. The Trojans defense, yes, they're improved, but they give up 4.2 yards per rushing attempt
there it is.
This season. So based on Orji being the starting quarterback, if they lean into him being the starting quarterback and running the ball with him, Michigan plus 6.5.
I'd be willing to lose my money on Michigan one last time. I'm not ready to say USC's going on the road and laying touchdowns. Yes, you beat LSU. Their running game is ass anyways, and their defense, pretty sure South Carolina just scored again. I got to see it to believe it. I would take the points.
See, here's what I would do, David. I would probably still take USC because I think USC will say this. Orji, you have to beat us in the air. We're going to put an extra man in the box. Put 8 or 9 people there and challenge you. You're going to have a one-on-one coverage. We don't think you can beat our guys, especially if Loveland's not playing. I would take USC. Loveland's the key, though. If Loveland plays, you may be correct. You take Michigan in the points. No Loveland? Ooh. I don't think Samaj Morgan's going to bail them out.
Who's number 0 again?
Is it Samaj Morgan?
Yeah.
Nah,
Yeah.
Roy Williams is his new name.
Okay.
Celebrating down 40. Get out of here with that mess.
And then the final game here, and I'm going to say this from the start. I have no clue what to do with this game because the number has been all over the place based on an injury to Cam Rising. It is Utah, the 2-point favorite at Oklahoma State. It was Okie State, the favorite by 3, and then it's now Utah by 2. What do you do?
Back?
Yeah. What do you do?
It probably means Rising plays, right?
He is supposed to play.
Yeah.
Here's the other thing. Okay, loser alert. Loser alert. I basically watched every Oklahoma State game so far. May or may not have had a play on the total against Tulsa. Here's the bottom line. They can't run the football. I don't know what's wrong. They have a veteran O-line. They have Ollie Gordon. They can't run the football.
Yeah, he was supposed to win the Heisman.
Can't run football. Can't run it. Alan Bowman looked great, but that's Tulsa. If Rising plays, I'm still getting the best front seven. I'm getting a defense that travels, and I'm getting a program I trust more. Again, David has selected every game I am paralyzed with fear to be a part of, but it would be a lean to Utah here. Until Okie State shows me they can run the football.
Yeah. I guess you would take you. I would take Utah. I think Utah's just going to win the game. I didn't realize this keep crossing the bridge back and forth. Maybe just take Utah money on.
You want the dog of the week, by the way?
Yeah.
Just a rat line.
We don't have to wait till Friday?
Nah, just give you one. Tulane is laying 3.5 at Louisiana. The Raging Cajuns. Cajuns plus 3.5 at home. That is a rat bleep line.
Battle of Louisiana. I like it.
And if you ever look at Louisiana Lafayette's mascot and you make eye contact, you drop dead.
Voodoo.
It's straight voodoo. Go look at that thing.
Oh, I've seen it.
Cajun the Pepper or whatever his name is.
Yeah, I almost drafted him in that mascot thing.
You can't look that thing in the eyes. That's like Medusa. It's
Straight
a giant chili
evil.
pepper with his hair on fire. It's horrifying.
It is straight
Can you imagine
evil.
a child going to their first game and it's Louisiana Lafayette?
Mommy, I'm scared.
That'd be the only game they ever go to.
Kid's going to be in therapy.
Like, why does this kid hate football? Because when I was 3, I went to that game and saw the cayenne pepper.
What is it? We got to find out his name. Absolutely terrifying.
I thought is it Raging Cayenne?
Look,
We'll find out.
we'll figure it out. David, thank you so much.
That is your college football blitz.
NFL Week 3, you could start the season with a big return on FanDuel, America's #1 sports book. If you're new, $200 in bonus bets guaranteed when you place your first $5 bet. You can build up a wonderful SGP for Thursday Night Football. Patriots, Jets, running backs, anyone? Kind of feels like that kind of game. FanDuel.com/ticket. Make every moment more with FanDuel, the official sportsbook partner of the NFL. 21 and up, present Michigan. First online real money wager only. $5 first deposit required. Bonus issued is non-withdrawable bonus bets that expire 7 days after receipt. Restrictions apply. See terms. Sportsbook.fanduel.com. You got a gambling problem? Call 1-800-GAMBLER.
Brought to you by Applied Innovation. The Tigers finished their series with the Royals tonight. They sent ace Tarek Skubal to the mound. He'll battle 26-year-old Alec Marsh, who has a 4.52 ERA and 8 starts. Still no update on Colt Keith's availability, who left last night's game with a right shoulder injury, something he has dealt with frequently the past few years. Hear the game right here on 97.1 The Ticket at 7:40. Cranes Detroit reporting that Lions coach Dan Campbell is selling his house in Bloomfield Hills due to safety concerns. The home, which was listed for $4.5 million, is already pending just 24 hours after it hit the market.
You got to cover your mouth when you say this. They can steal.
That's good. I had no idea where you're going with that at first. Dan was quoted in the article saying, quote, "There's plenty of space. It's on 2 acres. The home is beautiful. It's just that people figured out where we live when we lost," end quote.
CBS he didn't cover his mouth.
I guess. Isn't that crazy, though? Like, what kind of world do we live in?
Because fan is short for fanatic. I'm sorry, David. Go ahead.
CBS Sports revealed their list of the top 100 active NBA players. Cade Cunningham is number 49. Cunningham's this is a quote from it, Cunningham already came a long way from his rookie season, where despite high averages, he struggled heavily with efficiency. He's coming off a career year, though, but his performance went largely unnoticed because he played well on a 14-win Piston team, end quote. Woj bombs no more. ESPN's lead NBA reporter Adrian Wojnarowski is moving on from his position to become the general manager of the men's basketball program at St. Bonaventure. He will handle a variety of roles, including NIL and fundraising. At the Corwell Health Sports Desk, I'm Jeremy Otto. For more, go to 97.1 The Ticket or Odyssey.com.
Okay, we're going to get back to the Tigers. The Tigers voodoo. We all saw it last night in the 10th inning.
Blood necklaces.
But before we get back to so Dan Campbell has to move because fans found out where he lives.
Exactly. He's moving to a more private area. Hopefully they don't, I
hate that.
The scary thing is, somebody's going to find out where he lives next, unfortunately, probably wherever he goes,
so
right?
They were just showing up and knocking on his door?
That's what it sounds like.
That sucks. Listen, you can love the guy. You can have respect for the guy. I don't care if you hate the guy. Leave people alone.
Yeah, boundaries. When
He's
he goes
a football
home,
coach. You want to rip his ass? Do it on the radio. You want to salute him? Do it on the radio. He doesn't need your wife's favorite bundt cake. Doesn't need to happen. That sucks, man.
Yeah, it does. All right.
Kenny, I blame you.
He said that. I'm like, wow, he's legitimately, he loves it. Sounds like he loves his house, but fans found out where he lives and he's got to sell it.
Reportedly because of the loss.
It's Igor Layeranos.
The loss?
The NFC Championship loss. That's reportedly why people found out because of that.
People are idiots sometimes. Okay.
There's
nowhere to go with that.
So,
back to the voodoo.
No, hold on.
The voodoo that you do.
I want to do this. I do want to add a piece of audio to what we're talking about. Because, look, I don't want to kill the vibes. First of all, it was a big moment that Kenny stopped being... What? What's wrong?
Normally when people preface it, I don't want to kill the vibes, but I'm about to kill the vibes.
But there was one thing that I got highly annoyed at, and I would caution you. You got to consider the source. This dude is the CEO of the Kool-Aid factory, so let's just take it easy.
You're not a big fan of the McRib?
Okay, can we just stay focused for a minute? The backdrop to what we're doing is, last night was more voodoo. Royals had a base runner every inning. Doesn't matter. Our strand rate is pristine. Bases loaded, 1 out. Watch this. 1 pitch. We're out of that jam. Can't hit for bleep last night. Doesn't matter. Balk, broken bat single. Game over. The Tigers' voodoo is so strong. I don't want to hear from Fangraphs anymore. Fangraphs telling you, the fan, you got a 20% shot of making the playoffs. They can blow it out their ass. We've come up with the Rico graph. I am telling you that as we sit here today on Wednesday, September 18th, 51%, you're getting in the playoffs. And Kenny decided to stop shopping at the cat section of the pet store and join us. And now Kenny's all in. Rico is all in.
We agree it's a coin flip, but I think it's 51% you're doing this. David is the lone holdout. But I wanted to play something for you because respect to the morning show, interesting audio. They had Jason Benetti on today. And again, let's be careful now. I mean, basically him and Scott Harris are on a tandem bike together. So let's cool out. But Cookies asked the question. So the core's here. We're going to be spending, right? Take a listen to this and tell me out there in listener land if you're not going chair drop on the highways and byways when you listen to just hit the button. Yeah, you're right. How would I ever replace Torque with Christian Walker? How would I ever replace Bob Sweeney with Willie Adames? How would I ever dare go make a trade? You're right. You know what? If I had a real owner, Jason, how would I ever fit Juan Soto here if I bribed him with $700 million? How would I ever, Jason? Oh, where would I put them?
Funny thing was, when we talked about it this morning, everybody said a different position. Like, you mean first base? You mean shortstop? You mean third base? You mean catcher? It's like everybody just threw out positions.
And I love how bringing in one signature free agent all of a sudden upsets the apple cart. Oh, tell your friends. Oh, the young kids are out. I'm sorry. Like, I'm in a good mood. Dude, I just felt my foot going down on the accelerator with every syllable that left his face.
I feel you. It's why yesterday I was not allowing any talk about in the winter meetings. No.
I know.
Because it was just only going to upset me the way you are right now.
If this run seduces them into not spending, it is just like, we can win the Central next year, get good players, do baseball things. No one's saying do what the Rangers did 2 years ago and spend $500 million. I made a joke about Soto because Cookies actually believes it. I don't think Soto would ever take your money, just like I didn't think Ohtani would take Toronto's. But get in the mix.
Right there.
My Yankees don't have him signed yet. See if the guy likes deep dish pizza.
Right there.
Figure it out.
I remember last year, you laughed at me. I'm like, if I'm the Tigers, I
would knock down the spirit of Detroit and build the spirit of Soto.
You give it a chance. But it was only going to frustrate me, and it still is, because I don't think they're ready to spend. So we're just going to focus on the Rico draft.
I would just say consider the source. Because that's a company line right there.
No, but see,
company man.
No, but that's why.
Yeah. Did you just say you don't want to kill the vibes?
Okay.
Don't kill the vibes.
Okay.
But was the quote from Scott Harris not once these prospects are developed and playing major league time, then we're going to spend in free agency?
No, it was once the core is here.
Once the core is here, we're going to spend. The core is here. We have Parker Meadows. We have Riley Green. They're here right now. But, we're not going to spend.
You shut your mouth.
Soto.
Shut
I
your
would
mouth.
like to take this time to say I told everybody so. I
No,
told
no,
everybody
no,
here
no.
that's what was going to happen.
Kenny, a day ago, you were afraid to engage in a playoff chase.
Right. And I said, once they finally get here, we're not going to spend. That's going to be the
Stop.
same thing.
Stop.
That's what I believe.
Do not put that out there.
That's what I believe.
Oh, God, please. I don't want to be a small market team.
Guess where we are? It's not a small market, but we're acting like it.
No, it's the play-by-play guy. Just relax.
Company line.
That's my point. Let it play out. That was my best, John.
That was really good. I thought that was the drop.
I tried to really get the cadence down. Rico, full reviews.
I'm just, I don't want to say anything.
No, just don't.
No. That's
Don't.
why you get the thumbs up.
Thank you.
I know it's radio, so I gave Mike the thumbs up.
So look, if you don't believe they're going to make it, or you're not into the Tiger run, what's it going to take? Because the voodoo is real. Every break goes their way. Every pitcher out of the pen is Dennis Eckersley. Every moment that it feels like it's going to go wrong, it goes oh so right. Like bases loaded, 1 out, and you're out of it in 1 pitch. That happens like once a season. This team plays 1-run games every day. They win all of them. They play more extra innings than anybody. They seemingly win all of those. They have pitchers who no one knows who these people are. I mean, Bo Brisky looked like Mariano Rivera. So my point is, why try to figure it out? You just go. Playing good for a minute is one thing. But when you have 6 weeks of sustainability, do you realize over 6 weeks, Rico, you could, I said this to you in the first hour, so I apologize. People, I said to Rico, you could do a fantasy draft and build a bullpen. It wouldn't have the numbers the Tiger bullpen has over the last 6 weeks. So just accept it that it's real. The voodoo's here. It's happening. 51%, I think they're getting it.
Right, you could be the all-star manager. Pick your own guy.
Fangraphs says 20%. The Rico graph says 51. I want to know if you buy it.
I believe my eyes. I believe they catch all the breaks, and they believe in themselves, and that means something. It's not something tangible that can go into statistics, but you see it with your own eyes that this team just knows every night somebody's going to rise up and be the hero. And the thing is, the beauty of it, they don't try to be the hero. They just know that somebody will be the hero. It may be you or one of your teammates, but it's going to get done. I don't see them out there trying to do too much. That's why this is sustainable for right now. Ride the wave. Makes no sense. Doesn't have to make sense. Why? You'll be watching your team play in the playoffs. Because Minnesota, the exact opposite. They don't believe in themselves. As soon as things start getting close, they start gripping, and the next thing you know, they're going to keep losing games, and you're going to keep winning.
David Tickettex, what do you got, brother?
When has Chris Ilitch ever shown a desire to...
No, not today. I played the audio because I wanted to cross-promote the mornings. They deserve it. And I just wanted to voice my displeasure momentarily. We're not going to do this for 4 hours. Do not put that out in the universe, or I'm taking your blood necklace back.
What's your favorite cookie?
Pretty sure that was Jason Benetti channeling his inner Scott Harris. I wouldn't be surprised at all if they don't spin anything.
Like I said, tandem bike.
Baseball Reference uses the last 100 games, and it has the Tigers at 31%.
51.
Higher than Fangraphs.
51%.
Aye, Lord.
The Fangraphs cannot calculate voodoo or the Twins being clowns. 51.
Tigers are a must-watch for me. Every single at-bat pitch counts. I believe they can get in, and this team is so young and dumb, so why not?
Right. It's the space. Rico and I, I said 10%, you said a little bit more. There's a space in sports where things don't make sense. So you just go with it.
They are never going to spin as long as Scott Harris is there.
No. Don't do this today.
Counselor, you opened up the door.
Damn it. He's right. Companies out there advertising BOGO? No. That's bad business. We don't do BOGO. You want a fair deal? Mastercraft Heating, Cooling, Plumbing, and Electrical's got you covered 24/7. Locally owned over 40 years, and they back their work with a 5-year warranty. Mastercraft, your one-stop shop for heating, AC, plumbing, and electrical. Beat any price. Now you bundle a new high-efficiency AC and furnace, you will save up to $2,000. Great installation and great same-day service. Just visit mastercraftheating.com.
He had an 11% chance to catch that ball if you like analytics. But he is in the 98th percentile of center fielders. So it's doable. But again, every play, voodoo. Let's go to people.
But you see what happens. 11%, he made the catch. This team, Fangraph says 20%. Don't worry. They're making the playoffs.
Blood necklaces, playoff drive. You've heard of rally towels. We get the voodoo necklaces. Little vials of blood with an Old English D and a pizza on one side. Let's get after it. No? Okay.
No. I'm
Adam.
Okay.
97.1. What's up, Adam?
Hey, how you guys doing today?
Good, Adam.
Full day. And I got to say, my explanation for why this is happening might be a little bit easier to swallow for Rico and David. I think some deadbeat dad promised a young Joseph Gordon-Levitt that they can become a family again whenever the Tigers win the pennant. And now we got Christopher Lloyd out there grabbing Meadows to make that catch. You got Angel Gabriel over there giving Casey Mize deep tissue massages. We got angels in the outfield. It's the only explanation.
There it is. I was
Okay.
trying to piece together the movie thing, and when you said Rico, I go, what kids clown Marvel thing
Watch
is this?
your mouth. We'll talk Tiger spending.
It's the only explanation is angels in the outfield.
Now, do you believe
you got Tony Danza out there getting deep tissue massages, and Casey Mize is throwing 7 miles per hour faster. We
Right.
don't know why.
So, Adam,
it's got to be the only explanation. Thank you, Angel
Fangraphs
Gabriel.
says 20%. The Rico graph says 51%. Which one do you believe?
It's got to be 51, and I'll go.
His phone's breaking up, Adam. I'm sorry, man. Your phone was a disaster. Let's go. It's like your phone was the Minnesota Twins of cellular devices. Let's go to Joe, 97.1. What's up, Joe?
Hey, guys. It's time to treat the Tigers like this great weather we've been having lately. Let's just enjoy it, man. It doesn't happen all the time in September. They're playing meaningful baseball, and moreover, they are the perfect distraction to obsessing about the Lions. Can you imagine if 10 days from now, the Tigers fall a little bit short, the Lions limp home at 1-2,
No.
facing a Seattle team that they haven't beat in a few years, this town is going to be off the chain. They'll be so bummed out.
No.
So let's just enjoy the Tigers this next week and a half and let the Lions do what they got to do. But I'm going to enjoy the Tigers.
Joe, the
man.
question
I'm loving
is,
this.
do you believe what Fangraph says, 20% chance, or the Rico graph, 51%?
I'm at 47% right now.
He's close.
And if Tarek Skubal does what he should do tonight and lock up the Cy Young Award, which he might have already done anyhow, then I'll bump it up to 49%. But we still got to get through Baltimore.
Okay.
I was about to say, Joe, what can we do to get you that last 4%?
He needs a Skubal win.
Okay.
Need a Skubal win and take 2 out of 3 from Baltimore, then I'm 53.
Oh, they're at the Joe graph. Go ahead. David, you were about to hit a button. Hit the button.
No, I'm just
Okay,
preparing
all
for the other
right.
thing.
All right, just making sure. Let's go over to Matt, 97.1. Matty, what's going on, buddy?
How's it going, guys? First time, long time.
Welcome, Matt. What's going
I think
on?
I'm with Joe. We're going to have to move the scale up to 53 to the Rico graph.
Okay.
I'm all in on that.
So, do you believe, but like you've stopped trying to figure it out, right? It's just voodoo.
Yes. No analytics. No more stats. It's all voodoo. Every time I go to the game, I'm going to the Brew Crew, and I'm drinking the voodoo juice, baby, and it's on.
That's it. And Matt, look, ultimately, it doesn't have to be, you don't have to know why. You just go with it. I mean, like, look, NC State making a run or whether it's, George Mason in the Final Four, like, at what point do you stop bothering figuring stuff out and just enjoy it and go, look, it's happening. I don't know. It's wild.
No, I mean, and Mike, one game sample, and Matt, Kenny, close your ears.
Uh-oh.
But yeah, no, it was like watching Oakland against Kentucky. And Goki basically closing his eyes and throwing the ball in. And no matter where he shot it, it was going in. It was voodoo that day.
Kenny has a thing with OU basketball, guys. I'm very sorry. Let's go to Mike, 97.1. Mike, what's going on, buddy?
Oh, not too much. How you doing?
Hey. Good. What's up?
Good. Hey, I've been forever listening to you. Love you, man. State fan, whatever. But anyways, I think with the Tigers, ever since the trade deadline, they're just out here having fun. You know, they started winning games. Even you guys are kind of skeptical. Oh, there's no playoff run, nothing, you know. But now all of a sudden, they're just playing baseball, you know.
Yep. I think we talked about it earlier. Like, Mike, when you're watching the game last night, every guy that comes out of that pen, it is competition with the next man up to do your job, pass the baton. And again, their bullpen, I think they've got like a .71 whip. It's outrageous. You can't design a bullpen to pitch this well.
No, it's crazy. It's like, and I was just thinking about it just now. It's like they're young and dumb. They haven't been around forever. They don't have bad habits. They're just out playing baseball. And if they can just keep doing it, you never know. You know, they're not scared of Baltimore. They just won some games from them. So who cares?
Mike,
Just
I've
have
said
fun.
that in the most sincere way. That this team is just young and dumb and don't realize they're supposed to be that way. They're not supposed to be this good. When the All-Star, after you made your trades, you know, the Tigers pretty much said, hey, we're going to move Scooble's pitching starts back. They kind of said, okay, we're throwing in the towel for the rest of the season, except for these guys were like, well, how about we just start winning? And they started winning.
Yeah, I think you could have, you know, manager, he could be surprised by it too. I mean, like you said, throw in the towel, who cares? But all of a sudden, wait, we're winning games? Maybe we just roll with it, you know?
And again, there is something in sports, and I don't care if it's hockey, football, whatever. You could be a hockey team, and one night or one playoff series, the other team rings up 7 off the post, and you go, we keep getting away with it, and we're you know, stealing these games. That's the Tigers right now. They're getting every break. Now, part of it is their own quality, their own play. But when I say voodoo, there are things in baseball that just don't routinely happen. And they continually are happening with this team. So, yeah, like, you just go with it that they're going to make it.
Yeah. I mean,
Recometer, 15%.
Yeah.
51%.
50. I was about to say 51. Yeah, you look at the ninth inning, they get out before Bobby Witt could actually come up to bat. And then in the 10th inning, man on second, nothing happens after you had your voodoo and you scored 2 runs. It's like
you had a balk into a broken bat, into a flare into a liner that Bobby Witt can't handle, and that's your win. After they couldn't advance the guy to third, which is a critical in the new wave of extra inning games, they get gifted the man to third as if the guy had done his job, and then explosion bat, bloop-a-doop. I mean, it's one of those deals. You just roll with it. I don't know what to say.
But 51%, that's where I'm at, because I think this team, they're going to make it in because they really don't know any better. They're going to keep playing this baseball. David, they have no pressure. None. If this all falls apart, oh well. But they believe in themselves. And that's something you can't quantify, but I am. That's why I think they're going to get this done.
Yeah, and here's what I can quantify. Because there's no game 163, I cannot believe. I'm sorry, I just can't.
It's okay. You'll be there.
Rico,
Tomorrow.
tell them about it.
David, we're going to leave the doors of the church open for you tomorrow. You'll be there. Let's talk about the Chevy dealer in the area that's leading the way. It is Hamilton Chevrolet in Warren. Andrew and the sales staff want to be your Chevy dealer because they'll guarantee you the lowest payment on your next Chevy, period. All September long, Hamilton Chevrolet is participating in the Step Up for Kids. It's a shoe donation drive to support underprivileged kids right here in our local communities. Stop in, drop off new shoes for kids ages 4 through 18. While you're there, you could check out the newest Rico deal, a new 2024 Chevy Equinox EV. It's an all-electric SUV, has great incentives to drive off with a payment as low as $289 a month for 24 months. You walk in with $995 down, you drive off with 10,000 miles a year. Yep, you heard me right. An Equinox EV for under $300. The Equinox EV has the power to go the distance, and Hamilton has them in stock, ready for immediate delivery. You know what I say? The best deals are found at 14 Mile and Mound. Stop in and see my guys at Hamilton Chevrolet for details. Make Hamilton Chevrolet your Chevy dealer. Visit HamiltonChevy.com. Together, let's drive.
Brought to you by 24 Seconds Bar and Grill. The Tigers are a game and a half back behind the Twins for the final wild card spot as they look for a sweep against the Royals tonight. Their ace, Tarik Skubal, hits the bump. You can hear the game right here on 97.1 The Ticket. Pregame at 7:15. The Tigers signed catcher Thomas Nido to a minor league deal. Nido was let go by the Cubs last month. Chris McCoskey on X posted the following quote. We will find out in a little bit here if this move is related to Dylan Dingler's struggles. End quote. Kind of interesting. Dingler is 1 for 31 with 13 strikeouts. Dan Campbell provided an update on Marcus Davenport, who sat out last week with a groin injury. He said that he would do some running today in practice, and the team is hopeful for him. Offensive lineman Graham Glasgow, linebacker Alex Anzalone, safety Iffy Melifanu, and corners Terrion Arnold and Ennis Rakestraw all missed practice, at least at the media portion, according to Richard Silva. After the Giants snatched kicker Greg Joseph off the Lions practice squad, they've added another in Matthew McCrane. His latest kicking action came in the UFL. At the Corwell Health Sports Desk, I'm Jeremy Otto. More at 4 at 971theticket.com.
We're going to get to some college football in the 4 o'clock. We'll wrap up these Tiger calls now. Odyssey.com rewind. You missed anything? We do have to talk about the Michigan quarterback situation. Do have some MSU stuff to bring up as well. But yeah, the Tigers, it's appropriate. Like, we're not losing sight of the Lions, clearly, but this is a good break for many Lions fans. I think Lions fans are getting way too concerned, way too freaked out. Just calm down. You could be the Ravens.
And here's the thing. This is what we've been asking for a decade, for the Tigers to be relevant going into the final week of the season. And yeah, they are. It's a wonderful ride. I believe in the ride. I'm all in. It's voodoo. It's magic. Whatever it is, they got the hot hand right now. I can't explain it, but you know what? I don't need to enjoy this.
Right, and that's why I don't want to talk about next year, because it just makes me sad.
So we're not.
They're definitely going to spend this offseason, right, guys?
Yes. There it is, Kenny. I mean, after all, wherever would you put a free agent in this lineup?
You know what? Walleye. Let's move on.
That audio was disgraceful. All right, let's
go full walleye here to the callers.
Go to Jake, 97.1. Hi, Jake.
Mike, what's going on, man?
What's up, brother?
I'm going to keep it real simple with you. The fan graph, wrong. The Rico graph, wrong. The Jake graph, 99%. And I'm only saying 99 as a hedge.
Okay.
I mean, if you saw the way that team played yesterday and then celebrated on the field, jumping around, hugging each other, you got to believe this team may never lose a baseball game again.
Oh, the voodoo won't allow it. I'm telling you, if they take the field in blood necklaces tonight, mortal lock.
There is in a dark warehouse somewhere in Detroit, there's a Little Caesars mascot hanging upside down who gave his life for this team. I'm telling you, there's something.
They took the guy in the toga.
Pizza guy.
I'll take it.
What is the name of the Little Caesars mascot? And they drained him of his blood, and they made necklaces out of it.
I mean, can you think of another explanation?
No, Jake. In fact, I don't want to. I'm going with yours. It's perfect.
Exactly.
Dark warehouse. It's almost like, what is it in Goodfellas? They open the freezer truck and the guy is it's like the Little Caesars mascot, dead and frozen.
That's right. All right, Mike. Well, I'm locked out of my own house right now. I'm trying to break in. I got to go.
Jake.
Hey,
all right, be careful.
Tigers,
don't get arrested.
Lions. We're going to the World Series. We're going to the Super Bowl. We're going to the moon. Jake out.
Jake, whatever you do, please don't go breaking windows and getting the cops called on you. It's going to be a very scary situation. Don't do that.
Caesar.
That's his name?
Yeah.
R.I.P. Turned them upside down. Drained them. And they made the blood necklaces from the Little Caesars mascot. It's all voodoo. You just go with it. Let's go to Scott, 97.1. Scotty, what's going on, buddy?
Hey, guys. Two things to say about the Tigers.
Yes, sir.
One, I think it's a drug even more potent than voodoo. It's belief. You got a bunch of young guys who performed at every previous level who know nothing better than to believe in themselves, and that thing is contagious. That's what has Brisky throwing 100 miles per hour out of the pen. It spreads. Now, on my probability, I've got a sinking feeling we're getting set up for heartbreak. I'm going to say something crazy. The one time of the year I don't want to play the White Sox is the last 3 games of the season. When they have a chance to go down in the record books as the worst team, they're going to be playing their dang balls off. That's the one time.
It's going to go one of two ways. They will either lay down like the rat-infested dogs that they are, or they're going to want to open a spite store. They're just going to want to fight tooth and nail like they haven't fought all year. Scott, they've been so bad, there has to be a level of quit. You can't design a baseball team that's that bad. You can't.
Mike, I think they hit quit like a month ago.
In April.
Yeah.
But yes, Scott, I am with you. I would actually rather play a semi-functional team because of that potential Transformers routine.
See,
Tigers were the White Sox in 2003, and they rallied to avoid. Now, the Sox can't avoid anything. They're
right, but
horrific.
I forgot who the Tigers were playing, and they handed them the games. They did everything to make sure the Tigers did not go into the record books.
Maybe that's what Minnesota's doing because of what they did to us in 2009.
Yeah.
Maybe this is the give back.
I think that when you play this White Sox team, the fight is gone.
Let me ask you a question.
They're on the phone making reservations.
Kenny, would you take making the playoffs and winning a playoff series with the Tigers now if the Wings miss the playoffs the next 2 years?
No, absolutely not.
Wow.
No trade.
Okay.
No deal.
Just had to ask.
You knew that was going to happen.
No, but I mean, the whole point is the Wings may not make the playoffs the next 2 years anyways. Why not just take the fun?
But Steve is his first love, so,
They're doing what Scott Harris is going to do this next offseason, and that'd be nothing.
Okay, stop.
Okay,
stop.
I'm going to say this one more time. Like the morning show, walleye, we're not talking
Stop.
about this.
Do not let that audio from Benetti, that company man, do not allow that to ruin your joy.
I've been saying this for months now. This isn't the Benetti stuff. This is me, what I've been thinking for a while now.
Roberts.
David, you got any ticket text?
What the hell with David? I'm going to Scott,
Okay.
97.1. Scott, what's going on?
Hey, guys. So I don't believe in the BOGO either, Mike. So I'm not expecting it to happen tonight. But here's my reason for being 51%, maybe even a little bit more. If we win tonight, and let's just say that Minnesota somehow pulls off another game against Cleveland, and we're a game and a half back of Minnesota, we win tonight, we're 2 back of Kansas City. Now, I don't know what the season series is. I was just about to look it up. But you got 2 teams.
Okay. You know what? Fine. I just don't view Kansas City, although they have cooled, they are not a clown car like Minnesota. But if you know what, Scott, with the voodoo being what it is, I'll allow it.
Yeah.
Go ahead.
Yeah, no, I mean, not even that. Look at their schedule. I mean, if you look at Kansas City's schedule down the line here, right? They got to play the Giants, and they got to play the Braves. I mean, they play the Nationals, but it's 2 legitimate teams.
Scott, I just looking at his voodoo. You know what? I just want a spot. I don't care whose spot you take.
Maybe
you just want a spot.
Maybe you take the division while you're at it. The hell with it.
I'm just saying,
at this point,
you got 2 shots at it. I'm just saying that it's a lot easier than expecting Minnesota to just continue to falter. If they, for some reason, get on their feet, you got another shot there. That's
but Scotty, all I want to say is this. It's just important. If you believe that the Tigers will continue to play the way they've played, then you have to believe that the Twins will too. Meaning, once you stink and fall down the stairs like the Twins, sometimes it's hard to get up. They do not look like a team that has any vibe right now. And they damn near blew last night's game. They're up 4-1, and you bring in one of the best closers in baseball, who, in fairness, has not been great the last 6 appearances. They damn near blew it. The bases loaded, 1 out last night. But unlike the Tigers, it took them multiple pitches to escape. Tigers, it'd be 1 pitch, get me out of here. Any cookies in the clubhouse? I mean, it's unbelievable.
Almost like he's on the cell phone. Hold on 1 second. Let me throw this pitch.
Yeah, hold on.
All right, I'm back.
All right. So what were you saying? I mean, it's unbelievable. It truly is. All right, football season's here. Time to elevate the tailgate. Moran Buick GMC. When you lease a 24 GMC Sierra 1500 elevation, $239 a month, $999 down, or a 24 Buick Envista, $249 a month, $1999 down. No discount required. New stock arriving daily.
Yukon Denali's are in stock. It's Moran Buick GMC, where you always get the best price, period. It's on Telegraph, just north of Eureka and Taylor, or you can visit them online at moranexpress.com. It's Moran Buick GMC. We are professional grade. All right, we turn our attention from baseball to football. A little bit. You good? Okay. I thought we were losing Rico there for a second. All right,
good.
let's get to the NFL Blitz.
Wow, that's hurtful. All right, guys. I got a couple questions for you from the. Get one more in. Go ahead.
I think
from the NFL.
I think we're good.
After week
2. All right, that's it. We'll leave Rico alone. Go ahead.
The Patriots are 1-1.
Okay.
Can Jared Mayo keep this thing going? Is this for real?
If they can run the ball like they are and possess the football like they are, they can win more games than they have a right to win. But no, short answer. I mean,
Your quarterback's Jacoby Brissett.
I understand.
Your best receiver is what? Jalen Polk?
But is it one of those kind of like the Lions were and the Raiders where you're just playing for your coach and that may be good enough for
I think
4
how
extra
about
games?
this? I can meet in the middle and I'll say, hey, maybe they're better than we expected. But no, this where they should be 2-0. And they're just taking every game to the wire. No. Eventually you're gonna run to somebody who's gonna take that running game away, and their offense is helpless. You're dead.
It is interesting looking at their schedule, though, when you have the Jets and San Francisco and Miami in the next 3 games. When the Jets don't look the greatest, San Francisco's dealing with injuries, and Miami has no quarterback.
Right.
So their record could look good. They just aren't good.
So speaking of which, you got your Steelers, David, 2-0.
Not real.
Okay.
It's not real. Justin Fields can't throw it down the field efficiently enough. No, it's not real.
Has Sam Darnold found his new home in Minnesota? Is this a fit? I mean, we're looking at it across the league. Jared Goff goes to Detroit. New career. Baker Mayfield goes to Tampa. New career. Is Sam Darnold about to go to Minnesota and basically turn his career around?
Probably. I really just have gotten to a point in my life after all these years of watching the NFL. I think it's totally just organizational. I think if you have one of these coaches like a Kevin O'Connell or obviously a Shanahan, I feel like these dudes, it's like the Tiger bullpen. They could spin a wheel, take a quarterback off the street. Starter, winning. So yeah, Rico, why not? Meanwhile, I got Daniel Jones.
Yeah, I agree with you, Mike, because you have Rat Purdy with Shanahan's genius looking
Like,
the way he's
example,
looking.
if Bryce Young got...
Where'd that straight come from?
Deal with it. If Bryce Young got drafted by a real franchise in not Carolina, do we think he's this bad?
No.
I think it's just organizational, and Kevin O'Connell has proven he's really good at being a quarterback coach. So, yeah, it's bad, sure. Ginger bastard.
Guys, have we overlooked the New Orleans Saints? Are they the best team in the NFC?
No. Come on. It's 2 weeks. They played Carolina, which is a free square, and then, all right, they jumped Dallas's bones. I got to see more before I go that route. I've seen enough of Derek Carr to know that ain't Derek Carr. He got body snatched. That's somebody else in that helmet. And their O-line is not good, but yet against Dallas, it looked like the best O-line in the league because no one could get near Carr. I'm not ready to say it yet.
Okay. Because here's a number. Thanks to the research department of Hull and Hull. Right now, they put up 91 points in 2 games. The last 2 teams to put up 90 or more in the first 2 games won the Super Bowl. The 2009 Saints and the 71 Cowboys.
I don't care.
Okay.
I mean, it's a good stat. David, are you ready to go there with the Saints?
Give me another week, and I'll let you know.
That's not the question.
Right now, I'm saying no after week 2.
Thank you. We finally arrived at an opinion.
Can Philly get past the Saquon drop, or will this be the beginning of the tailspin in 2004 season?
David?
Because I feel they're very fragile.
I know, but I want David first because I'll poison the jury because I don't like Sirianni.
Here's what I'll say. Yes, they can get past it. I've seen all they need is Big Dom on the sidelines, and they feel that they're back. He's back. They're back. They'll get past this.
I would be more concerned about the turnovers. It's 2 games in, and even late in the game, I understand, it was a desperation situation. It was a terrible throw by Jalen Hurts. I'm going to say no. I'll stick with it. I don't buy that team, and I love seeing Saquon fail. That's what you get for going to Philly.
Mike News just kind of came out in the last hour. Eli Manning is named on the Hall of Fame ballot. It's his first year. Will Eli Manning become a first ballot Hall of Famer?
He shouldn't even be in the Hall of Fame, period. There could be 100 ballots. Go look at Eli's numbers. That's it. Leave me out of this. Talk to David. No. He's not a Hall of Famer.
I'm asking.
Neither's Jim Plunkett. They're not Hall of Famers. They got in because they were in the right spot at the right time. Guy made 2 good plays in his life. I'm out. Leave me alone.
Yeah, and those 2 plays is the reason why he will be and he should be in the Hall of Fame. He played in New York, won 2 Super Bowls in New York, and that's all they're looking for. Now, whether that's fair or not and the way they should do it, that's a different story because they shouldn't, but that's the way it is.
Ravens and the Cowboys play this weekend, both 0-2. Can the loser of this game still turn it around and make the playoffs?
If it's Dallas, yeah. But if you go 0-3, your playoff percentages are down at like 8%, I think. So I would just say on math, Dallas could. The Ravens, like, sorry, man. You're going to need 11 or 12 to get in. And you start to do the math on that.
Yeah, the AFC's so much tougher, so no.
That's right.
Baltimore can't because
Eli,
of that reason.
Eli's not a Hall of Famer. I don't care what you say.
No, on surface, I get why you say that, but they value New York and Super Bowls, and that's what's going to get them in.
It's a joke.
It is a joke.
Has Kyler Murray finally turned the page and become an NFL quarterback? The superstar, or at least the star that we thought he was going to be.
I'm going to jump in before Mike says anything because here's my opinion on Kyler Murray. What Mike said earlier about Derek Carr is how I feel about Kyler Murray. Let me see. I don't really think eventually he's going to fall back to what he usually is. He's not that good.
You know, speaking of not that good, do you know Eli was 117 and 117 in his career? A 500 quarterback who barely completed 60% of his passes. Barely. Also, shout out quarterback who on a running team threw a career 244 interceptions. Now, what was the question? Kyler, love him.
Kyler Murray.
I think he's put it together. I think we dropped the video games, we dropped the nonsense. Seems like the team plays for him, plays around him. I'm good with it. Yeah, I think he's delivering on the promise of who he was thought to be. Not a key. Can they keep him in one piece? Because he's the size of a Dixie cup.
Finally, guys, do the Carolina Panthers just have to let Bryce Young go and move on? And if Bryce Young goes someplace, can he revive his career?
6.9 yards per attempt for Eli. You know how bleeping sad that is? I almost said a bad word. Bryce Young, he's probably got to leave because they're going to draft quarterback. Like, he would have to rise from the ashes in the second half of this season. And I think the framework is bad. I think David Tepper made this decision. Yes, he's got to get out of there.
You just said it.
I can't believe I'm going to say it. The Giants should make a call.
Because it'd be a cheap option.
Go ahead and laugh your ass off, because one thing that has not been a problem for the Giants this year is pass protection.
No.
I'd make a call.
But no. We were talking about quarterbacks sometimes have to go to a different place.
And then what I'm going to do is get him those special boots, the little booster boots that DeSantis wears. Well, you got to be at least 5'10" to play QB in New York. There's a rule. It's okay. It's right there. Governor Hock will put that on the table.
And you know what? If you can win 2 Super Bowls, you'll get placed on the Hall of Fame.
While being a 500 quarterback who doesn't average 7 yards per attempt and threw 244 interceptions.
So that's a no for you.
It's absolutely a no. That's a no for me, dog.
David, I learned my lesson. That's why I asked that question. Not the last one. I asked it in the middle.
What I would say is for people to refute it with anything other than blarg 2 Super Bowl. Stop. Look at the big picture. That ain't a Hall of Famer. And factual. His nose doesn't work. Breathes through mouth. No way to the Hall of Fame.
Analytics. You only get that here on the Valenti Show with Rico. 97.1.
Elijah Nelson Manning.
Brought to you by Twin Peaks. No clarification today on whether Alex Anzalone will return in time for the Lions game next Sunday as he recovers from a concussion. Dan Campbell said today that he's confident Jack Campbell can plug the gap if he does have to miss, saying that he understands the defense, communicates well, and his pass coverage has gotten better. The Lions practice report also just dropped. Anzalone listed as no practice, along with Terrion Arnold and Ennis Rakestraw, to name a few. Marcus Davenport underwent a full practice. The Tigers face the Royals in Game 3 of the series tonight. Vegas says the Magic will continue as they have Detroit as a 1.5-run favorite. Derek Skubal starts against Alec Marsh. Coverage begins right here on 97.1 The Ticket at 7:15. According to Ian Rappaport, Chiefs running back Isaiah Pacheco underwent successful surgery today, and his time frame to return still sits at 6 to 8 weeks. Ex-Lion and current Ram offensive lineman Jonah Jackson has been placed on the injured reserve. At the Corwell House Sports Desk, I'm Jeremy Otto. For more, go to 97.1 The Ticket or Odyssey.com.
So, here's the other thing, David. The guy played 15 years. He only had 2 seasons with 30 touchdowns. Not a Hall of Fame. All right.
But will he make it in?
Because it's a joke. If his last name was Smitherman, he wouldn't.
Eli Smitherman.
Now, I do have one question. College football we're going to get to in 1 second, but I heard something interesting on the morning show, and I wanted to see if any of our listeners wanted to weigh in, and I wanted your guys' thoughts on this. Tailgating has been canceled for the Monday Night Football game in Eastern Market for the Lions. Obviously, there was a tragedy. 2 people died. I don't want to go the way that the morning show went. Not that they did anything wrong. There's no win here. Well, is it the right move? And I'm like, well, I don't know the security protocol. Like, if they feel like they need a couple of weeks to get it right, well, then yes. But it was interesting hearing listeners call in who have tailgated down there for years. And they, to a man, how different it's been in the last year. That all of the newcomers, nobody's following rules. People want what they want. They want it right now. And it's like, well, you don't get how it works. And then fights are breaking out. I just wondered, you're a man of the people. Rico had his man bag out Saturday up in East Lansing. Nobody saunters through tailgates more than you. I wanted your take. Have you experienced the Eastern Market new thing? And look, if you want to tell me it's the wrong move to cancel it because it's Monday night and it's 2 weeks out, I'm not mad. But I was more interested, people calling in and going, this is nothing like what we were accustomed to.
It's funny you say that. I was on the phone with David this morning, and because I'm talking to David.
The celebrity.
That's true.
It goes Trick, David, and then Miggy Cabrera. Right. All-time greats.
And then Eminem. So, I'm on the phone with David, and my neighbor tailgates every game. And I know he sometimes tailgates. So like, David, let me call you back because I wanted to ask him that question. Mike, you almost said verbatim what he said. He was like, it's changed. He doesn't go there all the time because it's changed. Because, yeah, a lot of new fans, and not to be all Doug Carshian, but the respect level, not where it used to be, where it's, okay, we can all just go out here and have fun. It's more of a party scene than an actual tailgate because you're out there to watch football and just enjoy each other's company and root for the Lions. It's turned into the place to be, and it's just almost like a status symbol. So, yeah, it's just funny that you said that because you almost said verbatim what he said, like how much it has changed now that they've started winning. Everybody wants to be have a part of this.
A couple callers that said it, and one guy was like, straight up, people roll into your tailgate, and they're like, give me some ribs. And he's like, yeah, this is my family. This is not a restaurant. And then, like, people get angry when you're not selling them food. Like, it sounds like a bit of a nightmare.
Yeah. So
I just wondered. But interesting stuff they did on the morning show. And, yeah, there won't be a tailgate in Eastern Market for Monday Night Football. So, again, I'm not qualified to tell you if it's the right move, the wrong move. I don't know what it would take to get the security they feel they need to get it in the right, the right place. I don't know.
Yeah, and I guess you're thinking also if it's Monday Night Football, you're going to be down there a lot longer, a lot more alcohol. Because think about it, this incident happened for a 1:00 game.
Also, in no season that Eli Manning started at least 15 games did he ever throw less than 10 interceptions. Not a Hall of Famer. David, ticket text coming in, please.
I love this man.
You wound me up, man. You got me. I told you that is I get triggered when you do the Eli thing.
Every now and then, yes. And when I saw that, I immediately added it to the notepad. Ask about Eli.
What Hall of Famer's got 3 seasons of at least 20 interceptions? Get out. David, take a text.
Joe Montana?
Really?
I'm kidding, Mike.
Yeah,
I'm
see.
kidding.
Let me look for accuracy.
To me, a Hall of Famer should have spent a good chunk of his career as one of the best at his positions. Eli was never close to that. He is not a Hall of Famer.
Thank
you. That is JJ in Plymouth.
Or Mike sitting across from you.
Someone else says, yes, they need to ban tailgates across the city permanently. They're just an accident waiting to happen. Nothing good comes from it.
See, that's not necessarily. I'm sorry.
No, you're good. I don't think that's so overreactionary.
That is not necessarily true because a lot of people go down there each week and have fun. And Mike, kind of like how your tailgates were at MSU, you become friends with your tailgate neighbors so that it's just one big community. But from what it sounds like, yeah, there are certain lots down there that are still that way. But then there are other lots that have now turned into more of a party scene than a tailgate scene.
Sorry, Mike, but Eli will be a Hall of Famer, not for what he accomplished or for his stats, but because he is a Manning.
I
I
am not fighting you. And this is not a topic. This was part of a blitz. Rico was inflammatory. I needed to address this.
So
Tiger Voodoo. Odyssey.com rewind. We did 2 hours of Tiger.
And in case you guys want to know, Marshawn Lynch, Vernon Davis, Luke Kuechly, Terrell Suggs, Earl Thomas, Adam Vinatieri, also on the ballot. With
Eli's the third worst player on that list. He's better than Earl Thomas, and he's better than a kicker because kickers aren't football players. David?
Kickers aren't.
They're not. There should be a separate Hall of Fame for them. Guys who kick balls. They're not football players. They how dare you put a bust of them next to Joe Montana or Lawrence Taylor or Barry Sanders?
Yeah, someone says, I totally agree with your neighbor, Rico. This is people trying to look great instead of being actual part of the tailgate. They want to be part of the in thing.
Yeah.
But that's what sports primarily has become. Seriously. I mean, look at the pricing of these events. The old days, obviously, again, the Silverdome, you talk to the old heads, you'd have half a dozen fights a week, minimum.
Oh, yeah.
Minimum. And that was before you went into the game, and then it was WrestleMania in the upper deck. It's just this thing where now the team is good, and listening to people this morning talk about it, listening to you with your neighbor, it sounds like it's become something that's kind of untenable for the regulars where they're like, this is not what I'm signing up for.
Yeah, you almost sound like, old guy where you're like, man, back in the day. It used to
Because
be
you
this.
want respect.
Yeah, but I've seen the tailgate. Mike, like I said, I used to love going to your tailgate because you had a community there and it was fun.
And then MSU ruined it. David, go ahead.
Some Lions fans have lost control of themselves. The tailgate incident, Dan Campbell having to move because of safety concerns, show that some people are real losers out there ruining things for the rest of us.
That's actually
not wrong.
Yeah.
Not wrong.
I can't argue that point.
Eli should be inducted into the Hall of Fame simply for beating Tom Brady for 2 Super Bowls, Spencer and Taylor.
He didn't. The defense did. He had one throw to Manningham and then the gum on David Tyree's helmet. There are his 2 plays.
But Plax.
He was wide open on a blown coverage on a post corner.
Saquon dropped it.
Stop it.
Yeah, someone is bringing up the pricing of that tailgate, saying it's pricing out most people anyway. So I'm done. It needs to be canceled.
What did they raise it to?
That I'm not sure.
See, I don't know. I didn't know that you had to buy a spot ahead of time because when he told me that this morning, I was like, really? I thought it was like one of those, you just kind of go down there and they're like, no, you got to buy a spot, which is why he was like, yeah, I've stopped going to that spot. Plus the crowd and everything.
Yeah, it's just ridiculous. Hall of Famer Brett Favre had 6 seasons with 20-plus interceptions. Also 1 ring. He shouldn't be in the Hall of Fame.
You know what I love? All the Tiger talk, all the relevant stuff. He asked me a blitz question. I bury Eli, and this is all the ticket text?
Yes. Steven the Truck says, I would say there's some kickers that are football players.
Okay. Can we get you know what? We're going to college football. And no more out of you about Elijah Nelson Manning. Nothing. Not a word.
Arch's uncle.
Being number one is not easy. Just ask Eli. Takes years of experience, dedication, determination. Number one mattress purchased by millions every year. It's Serta. They got the experience with 111 years, making the world's most comfortable mattresses. And they are made right here in Michigan. This fall, get a great night's rest on a Serta mattress. Go to Serta.com. Find a retailer near you. That's Serta.com. Odyssey.com rewind. You missed anything? Gave you 2 hours of Tiger baseball in the Voodoo. Happy to get to it. You know what I want to do? We're going to get to the Michigan quarterback thing in a minute. We got a couple of people who experientially are talking about the Lions tailgate, the Eastern Market thing. There will be no tailgating for Monday Night Football, which is, it's a shame.
At Eastern Market.
Eastern Market, I'm sorry. Yes. I just can't speak to whether it's the right move because clearly, look, if it's just about, quote, honoring the victims, I don't know, man. That's a tough one for me based on weeks go by and so many people, this is their religion. I don't know if that's the move. But when you say security concerns or to alter the security plan, I'm not qualified to tell you, oh, that's ridiculous. I can't say that. I can't. But that was announced today, and people on the morning show called in. Let me knock these calls out, because these are people who are saying, yeah, it's a whole different scene down there.
See, I think it's one of those where both things can be true. A little bit of honoring the victims, and we need to secure this a little better so that this doesn't happen again.
Let's go to Rich, 97.1. Rich, what's going on, buddy?
Hey, how's it going, guys?
Good, Rich. What's up?
Good. Hey, so I'm just calling. I was in, I believe it's lot 5, behind shed 5 there. I paid $97 for my spot. We were supposed to be able to get in at 2 p.m. I was waiting in line until 3:40 to get in the lot. It was really, really unorganized. Some people in line had told me while I was waiting that they were checking everyone's cars for guns and stuff like that. So I was like, okay, that's fine. I'll wait. But then when I finally got up there, it was just a complete crapshoot. Nobody was checking anything. It was just really unorganized. Cars were trying to get in and then being told to get out. It just wasn't. There was no planning really.
So, Rich,
I understand it was the first week, but they just didn't plan.
Let me ask you a question, and I'm not being a smartass, I promise you. At what point do you get in your life where you start to go, you know what, this isn't worth it? I got a couch. I got a beautiful TV. It's like at about an hour and 45 minutes. I was at that point. I was ready to just pull out of there, but I was like, I had people in the lot waiting for me. Yep. That had gotten out of the car to go grab a spot. So I couldn't just leave. I was ready to go home. Yep. No, Rich, listen, I give you credit for still doing it. I made that choice a long time ago. I give fans credit if that's what they want to do. God bless. They were showing the Eagles fans on Monday Night Football, people being out there at 5 a.m. for a nighttime kick. Now, at that point, I start to question, what do you got going on in your life? Answer, not much. But
you probably took the day off
to do that.
I do want to hold on before we get to Drake.
What?
Let me ask you a quick question.
Eli's not a Hall of Famer. Just stop.
We're not doing that, Mike. I know how much you enjoy tailgating. I do. Okay, you can hold on. Let me finish.
All right, Dad.
If you were gifted, if Alan said, Mike, you could have your spot back for the price that you once paid back in 2005, would you tailgate again, or are those days behind you?
It is done.
Okay.
It is done unless you set up something that is memorable, that is kind of like a holy grail experience, like the Cockaboose or the Grove.
Okay.
Or you would have to, again, don't get me started on this topic because the listeners don't care either. MSU needs to figure it out that you have to make people want to be there versus treat them like garbage.
Okay, we're going to reel it back in. I know how much you love it. Would you ever go back? That's all I want to know.
It would take a complete sea change on how MSU does business and renovations. Okay? And I'll leave it alone. But I'm sincerely answering your question.
No, because you planned. You had menus.
Plural. Dre, Detroit, 97.1. What's up, Dre?
What's happening, fellas? Big Money Mike, Rico, how you guys doing?
Hey, Dre.
Great, Dre. So talk to us about the tailgate deal down at Eastern Market.
Well, I heard Rico ask about the price. Let me tell you this. Last year, I always get the mobile home spot because you get 2 long, lanes. And I'm in Shed 6 where we go to. And, of course, that's where this incident just happened this past week. Last year, it was $240 for the 2 slots. This year, it was $360. So, they hiked it up, I'm sure, because of the fact that it's more so-called fans involved, want to be down there. But this thing has really, the last 2 years, it's turned more so into like a party atmosphere instead of just like, your true fans getting down there and just, talking to each other, feeding each other, playing, throwing your cornhole games, watching. I take my TV down there every year. We watch the game. We get up 1 o'clock games. We get up 6 a.m, go down, get things set up. I knew it was going to be crazy this time because you got to think the early birds that don't like to get up, they're now, you got a 2 o'clock start time for the tailgate.
Yeah.
It was a madhouse down there, to try to get in and get things set up because it just wasn't organized.
What's your view on them canceling tailgating for Monday Night Football?
You know what? I think they need, because I actually have a friend that works security down there, Mike, and he said, at first he thought they were just going to just can the whole thing and just say, yeah, no more tailgating at Eastern Market. Yeah, but I think now they just, they know they still need to have something going on down there because, unlike the Silverdome, where you could tailgate in the parking lot, there's no space in downtown Detroit, except for, Greektown, Eastern Market, little pockets here and there. So I think they are really trying to put together a plan. That first week that they had the Wayne County Sheriff down there. They hired actually private security. That's the first time I've ever seen private security down there. And then they had, a couple of, they were walking around with dogs around there, but I don't really think that they were really checking for handguns or anything like that very first week. I was supposed to go down there with my wife this past, because a friend of mine was in Shed 7, and I'm glad we didn't go down there after the game because, of course, everything happened. Yeah. And that would have been her first experience going down there for a tailgate, because normally, I don't take her because it's a fellas thing, and she says that's for you and your guys to go and hang out and have a good time. But look, when we went down there on Sunday night for Sunday night's game, I'll tell you how much this thing has changed a lot. The people were down there hustling in the shed. I said, this is not, Mama Joe's backyard barbecue. This is the, this is the game, and they're hustling while the game is on. And I'm like, man, these are not true fans. They just want to come in for the, for the fanfare, be like a big party instead of really what this is really supposed to be about. It's about enjoying your team and just the camaraderie of true fans. So I don't like the way that it's, it's going right now. But, I guess as long as you got a winning team, you're going to have those bandwagoners that come on and want to be a part of it.
Well, that's a part of it. And look, I mean, Dre, the biggest problem, and again, it's always been my knock against Ford Field. I don't think you should have an NFL stadium in a downtown environment without a massive parking lot. So, look, I grew up with Giant Stadium. Now, Giant Stadium is a sea of parking spaces, which means everybody has their own tailgate spot. Now, you save spots and groups tailgate together and they have the RV lot. Right. My point is, it's spread out. It's still to this day, even though the Giants blow, same thing with the Jets, there's camaraderie. There's a vibe. Yeah. Kansas City is the same thing. The Arrowhead is built off of the highway, 20 minutes outside of downtown KC. It's been my knock on Detroit all along is, wait a minute, where are you tailgating? Oh, I'm in the alleyway behind the Harbor House. Oh, okay. Sounds amazing.
No, because
I'll pass.
Silverdome, it was like that. I mean, it was nice. You would go in there and it would be the same people you walk past each and every game. Hey, Mike, why don't you come over here, have a dog, whatever. You say hi to them and then you go into the stadium. But yeah, now it's so spread out. Where are you?
And it's also, you're seeing it, everybody wants to be a part of Lions football, but it's going to ruin it for a lot of people. But yeah, again, the announcement was made. There's no tailgating for Monday Night Football. So we'll move on.
At Eastern Market.
Correct. Apologies. Details do matter. I suck. I apologize to everybody except Eli Manning. All right. You look for reviews for roofing companies. You'll see a lot of negative comments. I mean, it's a tough industry. No one's really a winner, right? Well, Victor's is because they give you a project manager. So the project manager becomes your roofing concierge. And they've only got two jobs. One, make sure you're happy. And two, a perfect installation. That's how Victor's gives you the best roofing experience in the industry, and they are backed by hundreds of 5-star reviews on Google and an A+ rating from the Better Business Bureau. Look, that's why they offer a 50-year leak-free guarantee, and other bozos can only offer you 5. Call today, set up your 21-point video roof inspection and estimate, 734-773-1100. That's 734-773-1100, or book that appointment online at victors.com.
Brought to you by Michigan Hair Restoration. Tigers second baseman Colt Keith left yesterday's win over the Royals early with a shoulder injury. He's been seen doing some drills on the field this afternoon. Beat writer Chris McCoskey said he's guessing it did not go well for him. Quote, tried to make some throws from nearly 90 feet. It didn't look comfortable, and he only tried to cut it loose a couple times. Looked ejected coming off the field, end quote. The Tigers take the field at 7:40 with the Royals tonight. Hear it right here on 97.1 The Ticket. Pregame at 7:15, Tarek Skubal on the mound. Tiger farmhand Kevin McGonigal was named the Florida State League MVP today. McGonigal split time between Lakeland and West Michigan before a fractured hand last season. Aiden Hutchinson is the third highest selling jersey in the NFL according to the NFLPA, right behind Amon-Ra St. Brown. Packers QB Jordan Love practiced for the first time since week 1 today. He told the media that he's hopeful he'll play this week. At the Corwell Health Sports Desk, I'm Jeremy Idle. More at 5 or at 971theticket.com.
FanDuel gives you a chance to win big every All right, so if you want Tiger Talk, we did over 2 hours of it, the voodoo, Odyssey.com rewind. We do need to turn our attention to college football. We've given the Tigers a ton of airtime, and rightfully so, but we've got to talk a little bit about Michigan because they've made a quarterback change. And the question just becomes, Rico, what does this change amount to? Look, Davis Warren, it was untenable. You just can't live with turnovers like that. So, like for people who go, well, look, Aiden Childs turns the ball. The difference is Aiden Childs is uncorking several NFL throws a game, and you will live with mistakes. A, he's 18 years old, and B, the good is great. But when the good is just and the bad is, oh no, like that's a what?
Because I just got the image.
It's funny. It makes me laugh But do we have that in the system somewhere? I mean, that guy cracks me up. He really does. But I just want to know from you guys, certainly David, Rico, Kenny. I mean, Kenny thinks it's all a pillow fight up here. But where are we at with this? I can build a pathway that Orji is going to be the right move for them, but it's going to require something that Sharon says they won't do.
Right there.
But we can subscribe what should happen versus what will.
Mike, if they go out there against USC and run a triple option and put both put both your backs along with Orji, and you just ball control, 3 Monty, who has the ball, you don't know, you can win that way. But instead, it's not going to be that way because Sharon Moore is like, on our airwaves with the morning show, quote, he's one of our most athletic guys on the team, a good runner, but he's actually a much better thrower than people think.
Can I tell you Michigan fans' response if Orji's allowed to throw 30 times?
Yeah.
Oh, no. So look.
But it leads you to wonder, if he was that good, then why wasn't he your starter to start the season?
Okay, so couple notes. First of all, I do need Michigan fan participation. Your opinion is the one that matters on this. To me, like I'm the idiot who's giving you a chance against USC. I know everyone else isn't, but the comp for this would be Central Florida, Gus Malzahn. No jokes about triple options, but are there elements of that in what Gus Malzahn's Wildcat offense does? Yes. Do they still throw the ball at South Florida? Yes. But the bread and butter of that offense is pre-snap motion, jet motion. Everything has a play fake. You're going to have 10, 12, 14 quarterback runs because KJ Jefferson and Orji, that is a weapon. You have the running backs to pound away, and then you selectively spoon feed throws. That's how I would approach it. And could I see that help Michigan steady the ship a little bit against good teams? Yes. I don't think their defense, you and I were simpatico on this all summer. I said, look, they're going to step back from being a top 5 unit to maybe a top 25 unit. I think that step has absolutely happened, if not more, because you're seeing people running wide open. I attribute that to Wink Martindale because I think he's a bum. But I want to know from Michigan fans, okay, is Orji going to save your season? Or, well, I mean, guys, it's your team. Figure it out. What is your reaction to this now?
Because I agree with you. That's why I said you run some type of triple option. The ball has to stay in Orji's hand because they also asked him about Colson Loveland. Is he going to play? And he kind of, we'll see. We'll see. And I've often said, if a guy is going to play, the coach just comes out and says, yeah, he's playing. But when they kind of him and haw, I don't know.
Here's my prediction. This is going to be the Penn State game from last year. Sharon can come on these airwaves and say whatever he wants. I think it's going to be the Penn State game.
Has to be.
And not literally 32 runs in a row, but like, I'm sorry. If he's throwing the ball 20 times in this game, they got to be down by 21. There's just no other. I don't want to hear about, no, I promise he could really do it. If he could do it, he would have won the job, Sharon. Can it?
Your Vegas metrics, according to FanDuel, you know what his over-under is for passing yards? 115.5.
I mean, all it takes is one big play action pass. But my whole point is just load the wagons. This is the last hurrah. If Michigan has any hope of being anything, you better figure it out here. Look, USC averages, I think they allow, 4.3 a carry?
Yeah, something like that.
So It's not that USC's defense is good, it's just not ass. That's a major improvement for USC. They had to go from the ass category to just average. But if you can't line up, control time of possession, control the line of scrimmage, no, that's where Rico and David are going to be right, guys, that if you can't do that, you will be a 7-5 football team or worse. I'm going to give you one last shot because here's the deal. Davis Warren was a nothing burger. I know you guys love that term. That guy is not a Big Ten quarterback. And while Orji might not be either, there are quarterbacks in Division I football with his skill set that in the right offense, hey, bring in a Yackle, bring in the extra tight ends. This is what we do. Look, UCF went to TCU. And TCU, we're throwing it everywhere. Woo, Vegas. Central Florida ran the ball for 300 yards, and they were like a battle axe. And they came back, and in the fourth quarter, TCU didn't want any of it. And UCF won the game. I want to know where Michigan fans are here because to me, I can't change that you didn't bring in anything else. And Rico and I are in agreement on this. There's only one way out offensively. It's the Penn State game plan. Yep. There's no scenario I think you're going to be an effective passing team. Not without 7 straight runs and then spoon-fed play action.
Yep.
Now, is Loveland playing this weekend?
Don't know.
Okay. Every time Orji goes to throw the ball, Michigan fan reaction. Cracks me up every time.
I don't know if Loveland's playing.
That's me every time Joe Rossi only rushes 3 on third down.
Fair.
I hate 3-man rushes.
Oh, yeah.
I turn into that guy from that movie.
Maryland ate them up.
You
know what? Let's stay focused.
Thank you.
I don't know if Loveland's playing. They asked Jerome Moore that. He was non-committal. But, yes, if you're USC, I'm going to make Orji beat me. I'm going to put 9 men up on the line and say, I'll play your receivers one-on-one.
Just zero cover?
Yeah.
Yeah. Hey, here's the other thing, right? Game flow dictates everything. I mean, a lot of times you can have the best intent. If the game script gets away from you, it'll change what you have to do. But if I'm USC, I'm doing everything in my power to be hyper-aggressive early and get ahead. Yep. Because the minute I do that, maybe I can get Michigan out of this. Because, no, I don't believe USC's coming here and they're just going to shut down 40 runs. I do not believe that. I think if Michigan's allowed to run the ball 40 times, they're going to produce 200 yards. USC is improved. It doesn't mean they're fixed.
Correct. But as you stated, if USC jumps ahead the way Texas did,
there it is.
Your game plan's gone because, you know what? I'll allow you to run for 200 yards because you're eating clock.
And then we're going 5 wide throwing the ball with Alex Orji. Oh, no. Yeah. 2-4-8-5.
It's going to be between that and Thanksgiving in the drops.
I love that drop. 248-539-9797. I am interested to hear David Hull's thoughts. I'm interested to get to the phones. If you want Tiger Baseball, Odyssey.com rewind. But David, I want to hear from you on the flip side. You've been the most negative about this team. You got a quarterback change. We'll talk to you momentarily.
Oh, no.
All right. That's me every time State loses a lineman. 97-1.
Brought to you by Beninati Pools. Cranes Detroit reporting that Lions coach Dan Campbell is selling his house in Bloomfield Hills due to safety concerns. The home, which was listed for $4.5 million, is already pending just 24 hours after it hit the market. Dan Campbell himself has multiple quotes in the article, including this one. There's plenty of space. It's on 2 acres. The home is beautiful. It's just that people figured out where we lived when we lost. The Tigers lineup is in for the attempt at a sweep tonight at Kansas City. Colt Keith is not in there. Chris McCoskey said on X he looked dejected while going through throwing drills earlier today. Parker Meadows will lead it off and play center field. Kerry Carpenter bats second and DHs tonight. Wenzel Perez batting third and in right field. Wiley Green in the cleanup spot in left. Spencer Torkelson hits fifth tonight. He's normally in the sixth hole as he plays first. Jace Young behind him at third. Zach McKinstry in for Keith at least tonight, hitting seventh at second base. Trey Sweeney will hit eighth at shortstop. And Jake Rogers rounds it out at catcher today. Tarek Skubal on the mound, here right here on 97.1 The Ticket. Coverage at 7:15. First pitch at 7:40. The Orioles have DFA'd reliever Craig Kimbrell. A 6-run, 2/3 of an inning outing yesterday was the last straw. The Orioles have fallen to 4 games behind the Yankees in the AL East and losers of 8 of their last 11. And of course, the Tigers face them in the next series as well. At the Corbel Health Sports Desk, I'm Jeremy Otto. For more, go to 97.1 The Ticket or Odyssey.com.
All right, 5 o'clock. If you're looking for Tigers, Odyssey.com rewind, over 2 hours of it. The voodoo is real. We have put their playoff odds at a way different interval than Fangraphs. Do what you want with it. Right now, we're talking about Michigan. They made a quarterback change. It's something that had to happen. Don't know that what you're doing is going to be better. But I think if the way forward with Alex Orji, I choose not to believe Sharon Moore. It has to be the Penn State game. It has to be some form of basically what Gus Malzahn does. My quarterback is the centerpiece of my run game. Going to be 10, 12, 14 carries for Orji. Pound the rock, tons of jet motion, get everybody involved, and then spoon feed them 8 to 10 throws. But what does it mean for your school? Rico and David have been very negative, but they might be very accurate. I have held out for this game to go, okay, show me. Now, if USC waltzes in here and beats you, you're bad. There's just no other way around it. You're a 5-loss team. But I am giving you the opportunity because I'm not sold USC's defense is good. I just know it's not booty. Now, let's talk to him.
Okay.
Look, see him?
I see.
That guy's a hater, and he's a Michigan fan.
He is. Well, he's not really a Michigan fan.
David, you get the quarterback change you wanted.
Correct. So we spoke on this. You're right, Mike. USC gives up 4.2 yards a carry in the rushing game. That's what they do. So the smart thing for Michigan to do is to, quote unquote, do what you did with JJ. And you run the ball against, like the Penn State game. You run the ball, you do what you need to do, and you play action ever so often for the run game or to affect that pass game. That's what you need to do. Will they do it? I don't believe they'll do it. I have the belief that this coaching staff went the easy way in selecting their quarterback. Let's keep it to where it's similar to JJ and Davis Warren can pass the ball. We'll worry about passing. Because if you're going to go to Orji, it needed to be in the offseason where your entire offense is built around him in that run game and the way you do things would have been there in the offseason. They did not do it, and I don't think they're going to do it between the last game and this game. So, no, I don't see them doing the Penn State game Saturday.
He's not a plug-and-play type of quarterback. You're right. It's not, we're going to run the same offense because it's an entirely different offense. Mike, what you're saying is correct. I said the same thing. David, you're saying it. I don't think Sharon's going to do this. I think he believes He can throw the ball. He throws it well enough. We're going to get down the field. You're going to see this. None of this makes sense. They even asked him, like, well, why didn't you just wait until Saturday and kind of hit USC with a chair because they would have prepared for one quarterback? And he was like, because we're confident. We're confident in Orji. And it's like, well, if you were that confident, why wasn't he your guy from game one?
Let's hear from the Michigan fans, see what they have to say about it. I mean, I'm giving it a roll, but I have a very distinct way I think it's got to play out if it's going to work for them. Let's go to AJ, 97.1. What's up, AJ? How you doing?
Gentlemen, enjoy the show. I got to say first that I absolutely love the drops. Reminds me a lot of one of the shows I listened to back home where they had equal amount of drops as well. So I have to say that. That being said, being at the last couple of games and just watching how the offense was very stagnant with Davis, it was clear that a quarterback change had to happen, especially when you saw the just bad picks that were thrown against a very inferior Arkansas State team. Sharon is saying all of the right things in terms of we have confidence in him. He's a much better passer, and, you know, we'll see how that plays out on Saturday. But I also think, too, which I don't think is really being mentioned, I think it was partly mentioned, was that you have now Davis wasn't really involved that much in the run game, whereas now you have another person that you have to key in for, and know it, and just thinking about it from like from a outside perspective and stuff like that. There's no way that you do not go into this game with at least some designs of shot plays to be put in with Alex in there now, especially if you're just looking at it from the sense of, oh, well, he comes in, he just smashes, he just runs. Okay, well, if you throw in a play action and a deep shot over the middle,
that's right.
Now we have to be prepared for it.
But you have to lull people to sleep. Look, this is doable. If this guy's running ability is what many Michigan fans believe it to be, and if your offensive line is 75% of what you told me it was this summer, then you should be able to accomplish that. Look, I'm not going to sit here and give you false hope. No, I don't believe you're beating Oregon. You're not beating Ohio State. This is about, all right, can we find a way to go 9-3? Can we find a way to be in the fringe of that top 12 and our brand gets us in? Or is this really just a bad football team like David has said since preseason? I don't know.
If you got the Jimmies and the Joes, that you can go out there and you can make that Michigan defense work for it.
But here's the thing. Here's my thing. They can't be worse with Orji. It's not possible because the turnovers are what's killing you. Just punt. If you don't turn it over and you just give the defense 80 yards to play with, I don't think this defense is all of a sudden terrible. I don't think they're anywhere near as good as last year. Namely, you don't know other teams' plays. But you will be good enough. But for God's sakes, this Davis Warren, sweet Jesus, Rico. Turnovers.
Right, because what happens even in this game with Orji when it's 3rd and 8, 3rd and 9? Because
I'll tell you what. No, I'm going to tell you
Khalil
what.
Mullings, yes, he's getting some yards, but
you ready?
Dono is not.
Dono. Doug cursed him. Ever since Doug used his little sweetheart nickname, the one they text to each other, he cursed him. Dono can't play no more.
So, 3rd and 8.
You run the ball. Punt.
Okay. So just ball control?
No smarm. Control TOP. Listen, if it's 3rd and 8 and I'm on a fringe of field goal range, run the ball. If it's 3rd and 8 and I'm deep in my own end, you know what I'm not doing? I'm not turning the ball over.
Right.
I'm going to allow, and by the way, they have a kicker who's like Justin Tucker, this Zavalis kid.
Yeah.
So, play the game.
Correct.
It's not a beauty contest.
The game plan works unless they fall behind because USC has more than one receiver.
Then you've reached the oh no stage of the playbook.
Will Johnson can shut down one. He ain't shutting down everybody.
I've heard that. That's
signed Texas.
Okay, then. Let's go to Mike, 97.1. Mike, what's going on, buddy?
Oh, I think that, first of all, big fan, Mike, Rico, David, love your show, truth, Love it. Honesty. I mean, we all get our digs in when we can. First of all, I'm a Michigan fan. I get it. But, I think we didn't do a real coach search, and now he's got a contract. Kick the tires on the junior instead of the senior and, put him in a big spot, see what he's going to do. I don't have much faith as a fan, but ultimately, I'm hoping that, the whole thing, we didn't do a coach search. We just hired Harbaugh's guy. And
well, you didn't have much of it, but here's the problem. Mike, no smarm. You didn't have a choice. First of all, a couple of these dudes were not going to be invited back to coach college football. Let's just be real. Then Harbaugh took the other guys you didn't fire. Sharon was left holding the bag, and reality is I don't think anybody wanted to touch this job with a 10-foot pole in the midst of this scandal. So,
right.
You keep the guy who, to Sharon's credit, he's viewed as a high-level recruiter, an up-and-coming star in the profession. Now, that doesn't mean he's ready to do it, but I didn't hate the hire. I'm not going to sit here in hindsight and mock it. It was the only move you could make.
I just feel like he's, okay, now I got a contract. Let's look forward. It took Harbaugh, 6-7 years to create a decent team that could go more. To me, it's one of those things where I know I got a couple years, and in the end, sure, some of the psycho people will judge him based on every single game, but if in a couple years we're in a winning situation, what people are going to forget about it.
The problem is that contract, and again, the way it's been reported is all over the place. The bottom line is that buyout is a nothing burger in today's college football. It doesn't instill. And by the way, do you like the timing of it? Sparty time. Here we go. Just work with me.
Okay.
They didn't. There were no reports from January until August that this dude didn't have a contract. Then it goes public. Then Ward goes nuts in a safe space doing an interview. Then, after they got the notice of allegations, only then, after Michigan got to open the NOA and probably sound like that character from the movie, then they go, all right, well, now we've established the general bleepery we've been up to. This is what they got on us. Sharon, I can't fire you for anything right here. But then look at the way that deal is structured. But I'm a cynical person. It would just be a real coinky dink if they happened to find something new and had a cheap way out of this.
Or they just say, we're going to part ways. Your record wasn't good enough. The buyout is very small.
In the grand scheme of things, versus Mike Norvell, who is owed $60 million.
Yeah, they wait until whatever day, and you know what? We'll pay you $4 million. There you go.
That's what it feels like to me. But we don't need to go there. They might be okay. Maybe Sharon is their guy. The orgy thing, it just feels like you only got one way out. And it's got to be a very particular approach where I'm going to sit down the offensive line and tight end rooms and go, fellas, here's the deal. Our season resides with you.
I agree, because either Moore is going to show he is an evil genius and he is putting on the ultimate okey doke banana in the tailpipe type of play, or this is going to blow up in his face, because announcing the quarterback early, coming out saying, oh, no, he can pass the ball. Like, please tell me you don't really believe this.
I think he has to say that. I don't think there's a scenario where he comes out and he goes, yeah, I've named Bernie Lomax our starter. His arms don't work. You can't do that.
No, but you can say, hey, we're going to have an offense that you guys haven't seen yet. Okay, but he can pass.
Well, he didn't need to name the starter.
Okay, but hold on. Can I challenge Balti on this?
Sure.
Not in a mean way.
Sure.
Guys, what are we doing? Everybody knows if Orgy's in the game, what they're going to do. So, okay, fine. They don't name it until Saturday, and here's Orgy. You don't think USC's got an advanced scouting report? And not in a Google Spyglasses way. I'm talking about just...
I want it so bad.
They do, but you probably only gave Orgy 20% of the practice because you were waiting on Davis Warren. Now it's like, oh, okay, let's really practice this. Let's shut this guy down, because if it fails, can you put Davis Warren back in?
No, you'd have to go to Davis,
the freshman,
the Jaden Davis or whatever. You'd have to. This is it. There's no putting Davis Warren back in.
And I'm not trying to be rude, but like you can't have like 7 turnovers in 3 football games at Michigan where they have to play a certain way. It's not like it's your first career game. All right, you've heard me talk about injury attorney David Femininio for a long time. Listen to the results David and his team have gotten for injured clients: $3.5 million, $5 million, up to $11.5 million. You need an attorney that'll fight relentlessly for you, and you can call and speak to David anytime. 855-65-CRASH, or go to that website, getdavidgetpaid.com. All right, David, a few of the ticket texts. We'll get with the people. If you're looking for Tiger Baseball, Odyssey.com Rewind. We did over 2 hours of it. The voodoo is on. To hell with Fangraphs. I gave you your playoff odds. David, what do people have to say about the orgy?
Serious doubts that Michigan staff is competent enough to pull this off. So, no, it won't work. The O-line ain't what it used to be.
But can I just – it is amazing how quick fans are turning on that staff. Now, I'm not telling you ought to be thrilled, but sweet Jesus, the way some of these people have been texting in the last 10 days, you'd think they got homeless people coaching.
There was so much confidence going into the season. Now,
I was viewed as negative because I said 8-4, 9-3.
Because, yeah, it's Michigan. You were going to keep this.
I remember when he said they'd have the best defense in America.
Will Johnson was going to cover everything, apparently.
Yeah. But what you found out is, yeah, it is different when your entire staff leaves. You didn't really plan for a quarterback, and
you don't know the other team's plays. David, go ahead.
Oh, somebody before the season said all this. Interesting. Mike in Williamston, as a Michigan fan, I have no faith in this team. The O-line stinks, and the OC is not qualified to call plays. The QB is irrelevant.
I'm going to tell you, I actually agree with the Kirk Campbell thing. That was a very strange hire to me, but I don't think anyone with real professional chops was coming here.
Yeah, they had no choice.
But Campbell, I think, had 1 year at Old Dominion calling plays. He was your QB coach last year, and now you're the offensive coordinator at Michigan. That's what we're doing.
Yeah.
Michigan might as well run the wing T offense at this point. Shaking my head. Not going to look great on Saturday. There is no creativity with this offense. I don't think Orji changes that. Every play is an inside handoff. Orji lacks accuracy. Probably a pick machine if he's got to throw. Mike in a car.
Yeah, I would say this. Michigan can't fall behind by double digits, by 2 scores, because that's where you're going to start to get desperate. You keep it close, you keep it within a touchdown, you can run this offense. You can ball control. But if you fall behind, especially 2 touchdowns, good luck.
You're right about that. Orji will be fun to watch, but we're all just looking forward to next year with Jaden Daniels.
Wait.
You're lying.
Wait, Jaden Daniels is coming back to school?
Jaden Davis, I'm sorry.
Second of all, wait, it's September 18th. We're already looking forward to next year?
See, that's why that person's lying to us.
A loss to number 1 Texas ended your life this season. That's what we're going with?
No, but if you lose the same way, next week I will be on that band. Just go ahead and bite the bullet.
If they lose to USC like they lost to Texas, I'm going to sound like Benetti on the radio. Or on TV.
No.
Oh, strike 1. Strike 2. Strike 3. Strike 7. Okay. Strike 12.
But at that point, then that's when you go ahead and you start planning for next season.
Andy, how'd you like that slider? I mean, it's a little much, man. Oh, yeah. Grounder to short.
Yeah, let's go to David.
I'm sorry. Let's go to Greg. Or actually, you're right. David's next. I apologize. David, how you doing, brother?
Not bad. How about you guys?
Excellent. Yeah. What's on your mind?
Well, let's see. How am I to trust this coaching staff when literally every decision since they've been named the coaching staff has been completely wrong? I shall go into what I'm talking about.
Okay.
They didn't go in the transfer portal to get a quarterback. So then the entire offseason is we're told Orji's the quarterback. They didn't go get a wide receiver. They didn't go get any more offensive linemen other than the kid from Northwestern. And so the whole offseason we're to believe that Orji is the guy. Well, hold the brakes because, week start of the season, this guy Warren out of nowhere is named the starter. So if I'm to believe that Orji was able to run an offense or throw the ball, I believe he would have been named the starter right from the start. Well, let's go into actual gameplay the first 3 weeks. he got the quarterback wrong, got the running back wrong because, well, let's try Edwards for the 455th time straight up the middle with no vision. The offensive line has been an absolute sieve. No, the center's wrong, the left guard's wrong. So all of this stuff about, well, can the offensive line, if we go to Orgy and we go to this triple O, or we go to some spread running back option form, whatever it is,
right?
Yeah, we can try to do that with Orgy all we want. Problem is we don't have the offensive line to run it. Then you go to the other side of the ball.
Hold on, before you go to the defense, just understand something. I want to be clear. I'm not saying that this is going to work and reinvent football. I'm trying to just offer listeners a comp to something I see in real time that gives you the best chance, because I do agree with you, David. You can't execute a regular pro-style offense with this quarterback room that I've seen thus far, and the weapons. Anyone not named Loveland, you can pretty much keep in my world.
100%. But my issue is I don't think Loveland's playing this week, or else that would have already been announced that he's fine and he's going to play.
Yeah, that shoulder did not look good.
No, not at all. And Rico, I'll disagree with you a little bit. I think he had to name Orgy the starter on Monday because he had to keep the locker room together. He goes any other route, the locker room's going to be fighting him or fighting amongst each other. And I think he had to keep the team camaraderie together, or else he loses the entire locker room.
David, you win. That makes a ton of sense.
That's a good point.
Yeah.
That's really interesting. David, you wanted to get to the defense for a second, so go ahead.
Yeah. Defensively, you've been right on it the entire time, Mike. Wink is the problem. Now, that being said, his studs aren't playing like studs. We keep calling Will Johnson a lockdown corner. Well, all for 3 weeks, I keep seeing wide receivers run by him as well as the other side of the field. So I don't know if he's trying to do too much. I don't know if he's getting – he obviously is getting outside of himself because he's not playing how he played the first 3 years, and he just doesn't look the same. Let's not even talk about the linebackers because that's just a joke, and we could be here all afternoon. But then let me just focus on the two studs up front. Have they done anything yet? Or have they?
Well, I think Mason Graham has been far better than Kenneth Grant, in my opinion.
100%, but he's still been a disappointment. But then again, on the other hand, you get your man Wink putting Mason Graham down on the outside like he's a defensive end. That made no sense to me. Now we want to blitz at 49%, and it just like the entire team structure has been completely lost in 3 weeks. So you want to know why some of the Michigan fan base has jumped off the rails is because everything this team was built upon for the last 3-4 years is completely gone. Like they're making stupid penalties on the defensive side of the ball when they actually do get a defensive stop. Now you got a penalty that's continuing the drive. You may as well count that as a turnover. Then you got all the turnovers by the quarterback that should have never been the quarterback to begin with. Then you got the reason why they're not going to the freshman right now is because his family said don't throw him in there. If this team's not ready and he's not ready, then don't put him in there. So now they're hamstrung that direction.
Sure, but then again, that's David. And unfortunately, look, I don't know if you'll agree or disagree. That's the part of the sport that's just getting gross to me. Here's the deal. It used to be, you check with parents and go, look, we're going to play your kid. If there's an issue about blowing the red shirt, we'll have a conversation. Oh, but if the team's not good enough, you can't play him. One thing I'll tell you with the Will Johnson thing, it's like if I say this, people are going to get upset, and I'm not trying to be provocative. He just looks a touch slow. Not slow in the sense of can't run. I'm just saying, you don't want Zachariah Branch flying by him. You don't want Kyron Hudson flying by him. I want to see Will Johnson look a little bit more athletic than what he's looked so far. There should not be players getting behind him for a guy that's talked about as a top 10 NFL corner. Now, again, I didn't insult anybody. I want to see.
No, you saw what happened in the Fresno State game where it was like, wow, that was uncharacteristic. I didn't expect to see that.
If I'm Lincoln Riley, I am finding Wink's going to blitz. It's going to be single high. Zachariah Branch might be the fastest player in America. You better figure out where he is, and you better have somebody over the top because that dude is That guy's a cheat code. 248-539-9797. Northville Lumber, oldest company in the state, largest Trex decking outlet in the country. Nobody stocks or sells more Trex than Northville Lumber. Last year, guys, they moved enough product to cover 26 football fields, and there is a reason they can move it. It's all in stock all the time, right in their warehouse. Some of it as low as $1.59, and whether you're a builder or do-it-yourselfer, Rieger, we have things to do. Shut up out there. Listen, he's so loud, David. Go to Northville Lumber, get your deck built, enjoy it on a day like today. Call them today. They'll intro you to a Trex certified pro. Go to northvillelumber.com. That's northvillelumber.com.
Brought to you by Cars for Kids. Colt Keys said that his test came back clean today after he left yesterday's game with a shoulder injury. He said that throwing felt better than expected and didn't have any issues with the swing. He's confident in a return to play in a couple days. For tonight, though, Zach McKinstry hitting 7th and playing at second base. Here tonight's game right here on 97.1 The Ticket. Pregame coverage at 7:15. Clarification on another note from earlier as well. The Tigers signed catcher Thomas Nido to a minor league deal today, but it appears it was due to the fact that Toledo catcher Anthony Benboom is on the shelf instead of being any sort of sign that Dylan Dingler's MLB spot is in jeopardy. Michigan State football is scheduled to play Central Michigan twice in the coming seasons, but athletic director Alan Haller told Tony Paul of the Detroit News that it could potentially change pending the results of the Connor Stallions investigation. For now, there are no changes. Lions defensive lineman Eric Davenport underwent a full practice today as he tries to return from his groin injury that kept him out of last week's game. Alex Anzalone was once again kept out of practice with his concussion. John Gruden spoke with CBS Sports and said that he's not given his due process pertaining to the Raiders' email situation. Gruden also said he's interested in returning to coaching football at any level. At the Corwell House Sports Desk, I'm Jeremy Otto. More at 6 or at 971theticket.com.
You know what? Somebody asked me the other day, do you know how many devices the average home has connected to their Wi-Fi network? Guys, it's way more than I thought. I actually went home and counted how many connected devices I have. It was more than a dozen. All keep me connected to all the good stuff like streaming, gaming, interneting, security, you name it. So we talked Tigers voodoo. If you missed it, hit that Odyssey rewind. We talked about it for 2 hours. We also got into Michigan. Is Alex Orji that guy that's going to turn all your fortune around? Look, hey, Sharon Moore came out. He made the case and said He's an athlete, and he can throw the ball a lot better than what people think. I'm paraphrasing, but he talked to the morning show. He's confident in his throwing ability.
You know, I talked to somebody, a big Michigan fan, and this will shock you. He said to me, if you don't believe Alex Orji can throw the football, go back and watch the spring game. So I went back and I watched the spring game, and I have no idea why he would tell me to go back and watch the spring game. Couldn't throw the football. And then you saw what happened with Frederick Moore. And I know Jake Butt on the TV broadcast was like, oh, Moore slowed down. He didn't, though. Just Orji had one chance to kind of prove to the fan base that he can throw the football. He failed.
Now, is he going to be as bad as he was in the Fresno State game when he threw it 5 yards before the receiver? No. But there's going to be 3rd and 8s, 3rd and 9s where he's going to have to make that throw. I don't know if he can consistently get that done. Now, you had to bench Davis Warren. I mean, the interceptions.
Had to.
They were piling up. But the thing is, if this doesn't work, is it Jack Tuttle time? Where do you go from there?
But you know what it is, I think? This is, and I think a lot of Michigan fans will do this. Michigan State fans will love it. If they lose on Saturday, and I think they're going to lose, I think a lot of people think they're going to lose. It's hard to come up with a way that USC loses. But if they lose, then you start going through the schedule, and you're like, well, maybe Hatchet Man is right. And I know he didn't want to be right with 6-6, but think about it. Is Minnesota a gimme game? Their defense is okay. They're shutting down teams. At Illinois, is that a win? At Washington, is that a win? Oregon, is that a win? Michigan State, even, dare I say. And we're forgetting about the Buckeyes as well, and Northwestern.
Indiana.
Yeah, at Indiana. And Indiana just went to UCLA and pummeled the Bruins.
Indiana is a problem. Indiana's going to be a problem for this season. Cignetti is turning that thing around.
He's a red ass, isn't he?
He did what you should have done. He went and got the quarterback from Ohio University to transfer in, and he hit the ground running.
No, Rico, you're not allowed to say that because Michigan was winning a national championship while Ohio State and Oregon and Miami got their quarterbacks.
How hard is it to have somebody place a phone call?
Can't do both. All the focus was on the national title. That's what Michigan people have told me.
Okay. You got what's his name? Played for. He went from UCLA to go back up at Oregon.
Oh yeah, from Detroit. I'm drawing a blank. Come on, Dante Moore.
Yeah,
Dante Moore. Yeah.
You couldn't go bring him here. I think he would be your starter right now,
unless he just doesn't want to play. Right, wants to take another year on the bench. But anyway, I can't wait. I mean, what a weekend. What a weekend. I mean, the Lions have a chance to redeem themselves. You guys go to Boston College. I found out I got the ACC network so I can watch you guys.
It's like True TV. You had it. You just never used it.
I saw that Michigan State Boston College was on the ACC network. And I'm like, oh, come on. What, I got to go to a bar? Come on, Olive. Let's go to a bar to watch Michigan State. But I haven't.
It's like in the 700s if you got Xfinity,
It is.
I think.
It is.
I got YouTube TV, so I Googled it, and it's like, yeah, you have it.
Yeah, you have it. You just it's like True TV. Nobody ever watched True TV.
Or like the Hallmark
until
channel.
the NCAA tournament showed up. It's like, what is this True TV? It's right there. Calm down.
Thankfully. I was going to invite myself over to your place.
No. I heard you can't watch games with you.
Who'd you hear that from?
A mutual friend of ours.
Who?
Who may or may not run Parks and Rec systems.
He's no longer there. I know who you're talking about. He's now in a different city, but I watch games with him all the time.
He said don't do it.
Although I haven't watched a game with him recently. Maybe he's on
right,
something.
because he said don't do it.
Why? What's wrong with watching
You're annoying, that's why.
I mean, duh. Like you aren't?
No, not when I'm watching games.
I've watched games with Rico. He's not annoying.
Right.
I see what this is. I watch games with Kenny.
No. Here's the thing.
Kenny can tell you I'm not annoying. Although actually that one
Leafs Red Wings game you jinxed the hell out of. You're very annoying.
Yes. Rieger.
They were in Sweden, and I told Kenny they got this. And next thing I know, William Nylander scores 2 goals.
Oh yeah, no Swedish player scored a goal yet. Literally 5 minutes later.
Yeah, you're like a Jehovah's Witness. Rieger's knocking at the door.
I don't believe
Nobody move. Nobody move. Don't let him know we're here. Turn the lights off. Everybody get down. Don't let Rieger in.
So you're saying being a Jehovah's Witness is bad?
No, I'm saying when they come knocking.
That's what it sounded
when they come knocking on your door Saturday morning. Everybody had.
That is not a good way to end the show.
Everybody had a Jehovah's Witness drill.
David is scratching his head. He didn't appreciate.
Everybody had that. Shh, don't move. Anyway, no.
I'll just leave it.
I don't bother David. I don't bother Kenny. When their teams are losing, I don't bother them. You you would bother me. Hey. Get out.
Actually, I would actually.
Get out.
That's true. I would actually take great pride and glee. Could you imagine Boston College up 10? Yeah,
I would go to a shelter, get a dog, train the dog just to bite you. What do you got coming up?
I actually appreciate you going through so much effort for me. We are going to talk about the Tigers. There's no Wojo today. He's got an appointment. He's going to be back tomorrow for the longer show. We got an hour 10, hour 15.
That Orji article coming out?
He's going to, I think that's what he's doing. He's telling you why Alex Orji will win the Heisman, even though he didn't start from the get-go. Also, we're just going to talk Tigers because they got another chance to defy baseball logic and really knowledge and win another game and somehow catch the Minnesota Twins. So I got some interesting stats for the people, plus something Jason Benetti said in the morning show about next year, and I'm curious if people believe what he's saying. So we got all kinds of Tiger stuff coming your way.
Okay. Jeff Rieger, up next, 97.1.